Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? Did I post the daily? Oh, there we go. I was waiting on the options data, but there we go. Good morning, Zakir. How you doing, bro? Is Jamie the worstest or the bestest? I don't know, man. It's the best, right? Hot Mike. I don't know how hot it is. It's supposed to be on. Oh, all right. Cool, man. Can you spend 2 words about AML.L before talking about Jimmy? Abcort Mines? DBE? Let me just give me the name of the company because this isn't gonna have like the .L ticker on it. Trash pre-market volume. It's actually not that bad, but yeah, it's kind of shitty. It's not as bad as it was Friday. How come the GME Discord is rarely ever GME related? That's an excellent question, Ryan Cohen ETF. I don't have an answer for it, but I think during market hours, people spend most of their time talking about GameStop. And then at night, it devolves into something else. I feel dumb buying 40 GME before Friday market close since we're likely to dip now. We'll see. We still have a lot of FTDs. We have some shit to prop up this price a bit. We haven't dipped as hard as the rest of the market this morning. Nvidia's down like 2%, Baba's down 4, Amazon down 1.2. Ding ding. I would like to take opportunity to thank you for all you do. The stream has grown and evolved so much more over the last year, and I've learned a ton. Only things I miss are the not hat streams and live pickle drawings. Cheers. Thank you so much, Glider. When have I not worn a hat, though? Was there a not hat stream? Hmm. Aston Martin. Um, okay, I don't have data on it here. Let's see if I can find it on TradingView. Ding ding. Ooh, I'm doing a little bit of ops. That's exciting. Hmm. Feels like it's kind of dying off. Spy saying fuck the Bears. We'll see about that. I'm not so convinced. Also, to search for the stream, even though I subscribed. Yeah, the channel's frequently shadow banned, especially if I say anything bad about MOASS or Ryan Cohen. The super stonk hate watchers really get riled up when I do that. I have long GME shares after the split. I assume dividend shares will be considered short term. Nope, they'll be long term too. Standard split rules apply. GME puts on the menu this week? Maybe. Hmm. Hmm. No, Amazon's still kind of in my target range. We want July 22nd, though, I think. There it is. Green in a sea of blood because it's not trading any volume. Bithead, dude, still going strong. Everybody, big shout out to today's stream sponsor, Bithead of the Pigeon Whales. Thank you so much, Bithead. Everybody, Give him a big thank you if he donated you a membership, and welcome to Cornichon, guys. There are people in here who are not subscribers. This cannot be tolerated. Drink your coffee and get in, loser. Thank you so much, man. I think Pigeon Whale needs their own sub donation song. They might. I know Ben was working on something pretty sweet. Oh, dope. Give it to me straight, J Fresh. This looks like shit, doesn't it? It's interesting Gamma Max is going up. Snickers, thank you so much, man. Thanks for entertaining everyone, Girk. Also, tell Bithead to leave some women for the rest of us. That's not how he rolls. Thanks, Snickers. John Wilkes Booth. Dude, thank you so much. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. John, thank you. I appreciate it, dude. I don't know why you guys are doing this, but it's pretty awesome. I'll play Pigeon Whale songs. Fiscal Stupidity coming in hot with 20 more. Thank you so much, man. Guys, don't forget to turn on gifting.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money.
Thoughts on Tesla this week? You know, I have some covered calls sold, but I'm not playing it otherwise.
Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
How do I turn on gifting? Click one of the donation notifications, and it should give you the option to turn on gifting so you can accept them. God damn, the spy's drilling so hard. Where's Jimmy's next support? Below 126.70? Well, we haven't crossed that yet, right? This is our like strong support, trader. Guys, welcome. Bithead, John Wilkes Booth, and Fiscal, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Made 80% from some spy puts this morning. Sold them without diamond handing them in dirt. Thanks. Congrats, man. Nice. I should probably put a stop on these. I'll put the stop out like 2.25, 2.14, 2.40. Next spy support, 380, 332. But we might turn around a bit here. I'll probably get stopped out. That was fucking sweet. Nothing like starting your day by doubling your money. How many SS hate watchers do you think I can give to the membership? They're inadvertently supporting the channel. So there have been a lot of questions talk about the split dividend, and you've managed to clear up tons of confusion. I have one small question related, if I may. Do I need to own the stock to get a split? I mean, if you own options, those are going to split as well. Jimmy was trying to drill to the center of the earth. Ooh. Are we going to get some support here or no? This looks weak as shit. Yeah, this doesn't bode well. I have no idea who to thank for my membership, so thanks everyone. Don't we want today and tomorrow to be red? Yeah. I mean, I do. I don't know if other people feel that way. Other markets were down 3%-ish overnight. Yeah, and futures were down like 74, 84 basis points. Equity futures. People are saying this doesn't bode well, but never explain how it bodes. It's in the sentence, not well. The boding is unwell. Moaning kitty. How come every other stock who announces a stock split and splits goes up violently while Jimmy flutters and chops down? Other companies make money. I'm sorry, crime. Thank you, Jonathan Winder. When you say PT is 380 for the SPY, does that mean you sell your puts at 380 or set a stop at 380 once passing it? Sometimes both. So yeah, sometimes I'll sell like part of my position and then let the rest ride with a stop on it. Sometimes I'll just set a stop. It kind of depends on how things are looking at that point. Like, am I still getting a lot of volume to the downside? Stuff like that. If you say this doesn't look good, but you just bought puts, does that mean it looks bullish or bearish? Bearish. I'm bullish on the bearishness. I have trouble setting stop losses or trailing stops on WeBull. Can you explain that, please? It's pretty easy. You go to close, you right click your position, go to close position, close an order entry. You go to stop limit. Here's your stop and your limit price. So you set your trigger and then choose your limit. I have no idea what the stock market you constantly talk about is, but I sure enjoy coming here to watch you eat. Thanks, Jesper. Yes, yes, it is. If this market has taught me anything, channel market has taught me anything, it's patience. I welcome the slip and slide because your boy is going to slap that ass at the bottom with all this dry powder like a true pimp. JFresh about to become a pigeon whale at 120 today? Wait, is this a bet? Oh man, that's funny because JFresh becoming a pigeon whale kind of goes against everything he believes in. I'm into it. Samir, thank you so much, man. Guys, thanks, Samir. Handing out some free memberships for you. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Am I pronouncing that right? I feel like I'm not, but maybe I am. Samir? I played this drop like a fiddle. Me too. Although Baba and my SPX puts are printing hardest. It's Sammer? Like Sammer? Oh, okay. My bad. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Cat showing a continuation wedge on the daily, indicating short-term VUP. Since it follows the market closely, is this irrelevant? Could be. I don't know, sometimes cat'll gain some traction at like a resistance like this, and it'll hold it through downturns in the Dow. I think it really just depends on how much pressure is going to pick up moving into that dividend date next week. Jesus fucking Christ. Dork option strategies sound like financial bushcrafting to survive the crypto winter. With the split and marketplace are coming out possibly at the same time. Dude, the marketplace is coming out every day. There's always some like, oh, the marketplace is coming out today. The marketplace is due by the end of this month. It may not happen at the same time as the split. It may happen post split. Are they related? Sure. Oh, the huge manatee. I don't think it's any of those things. I'm gonna sell off some of these Amazon puts. They're up like 20%. I don't want to short Bezos for too long. Perfectly reasonable price action. I didn't sell any GME CCs. Any thoughts on the earnings coming up this week? Not really. Most of them aren't very appealing to me. Nothing that I want to play pre-earnings until later this week. And there might be something. Slow bleed into your position? Yeah, probably. Just DCAN over time. Ooh. Jesus Christ, we're still so volatile. Did it get stopped out? Yeah. What are your thoughts on buying into a July OPEX? I'm just gonna buy in over time. Like over the next several days. Are you still holding LRC? Yeah. Thoughts on a spike when the marketplace launches? I probably don't care that much. The marketplace is currently backed with IMX, right? They don't really have anything for looping in place yet, do they? I know that the CPI is on the 13th. How long is this turnaround? Hmm. Jesus Christ. Today's T+2 from the day after the split announcement, right? Yeah. How are incoming options looking? Mm, calls this morning at open, then puts, still mostly puts. Lots of sold calls. right now. 55,000 sold calls, 37,000 bought puts. GME options are pricing in a move to the upside by the end of the week. Only pricing a 25% chance of dropping the 118, while pricing in a 24% chance of getting to 140. Not crazy skew, but skew. Really, I'm looking at like the net, like the implied volatility skew for puts and calls, and it looks pretty bearish. Like not like 115 bearish, but kind of bearish. Is that Friday from Friday's OI, Segan? Maybe? Long-time lurker, gifted subscription provoked me out of hiding. I want to thank you for everything. Student in a country with much weaker currency. Gains are so good. Thank you. No problem, man. Congratulations. Win by DDS, 185. Ooh. I mean, yeah, I absolutely would at that price. Be me, see 35% on my XLF puts. Check dollar PNL up 300 for holding these puts for months. Sad kitten with controller thumbs up. What? The deferred March OPEX start on the 18th, the day of OPEX. Why wouldn't July start on the 15th? I know they have T+2, but doesn't the deferral set a start date no matter what? Yeah. I think the confusion there would be, does the deferral start on the 15th or on the 18th, though? Given that the holiday was on the 18th, not the 15th. Even though, the settlement was on the 15th. Let me think about that for a second. I guess. I mean, did March 18th really have a lot of price movement? Yeah, March 18th was kind of lackluster. It was open 86, close open 86.75, close 86.72. I wouldn't say they started covering that day. Maybe just positioning that day. I feel like a fraud because my membership lapsed. Bithead for mod. Thanks as always, Gurk. Thanks, Gaz. I'm gonna use this free chat just to go ahead and say it. First, Gurk is the man. Thanks, dude. Second, anyone with a finger on the pulse of gamer sentiment around NFTs knows that this marketplace is gonna drop. Marketplace drop is gonna be a fucking dud. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's really not for gamers right now, right? It's just gonna be like OpenSea. It's gonna be like JPEGs and bullshit and some like shitty IMX games. Believe me when I say it's absolutely a distraction from what the company is actually doing. It's pretty fucking obvious, right? And they're not saying shit about the e-commerce side, even though two of their fulfillment centers have opened up and probably begun building out their like logistics and everything inside those, shipping and receiving, inventory. I mean, it takes a little while to set those up, like 3 to 6 months. Probably longer in dealing with the current supply issues. Still not millionaires, you all. Depends on who you ask. Check hourly, March 18. Dude, it opened and closed at the same fucking price. Oh. Why the fuck does it show that? Dude, why does the 1 day show that it closed? Wait, what is this? The wrong fucking year. Hold on. This shows open 86, high 97, low 78, close 86. Is that a bug? $5.25 they didn't cover till T+2. The next day was kind of flat though on the 21st. I mean, it still doesn't look like they covered till T+2. Like I wouldn't say this is necessarily covering. Wasn't some of this like the bounce post earnings? Yeah, I don't think this really had a lot to do with OPEC's covering. If I exercise a contract and then sell the shares, is that considered a day trade? If you, that's a good question. I'm not sure. If you do it in the same day? I'm gonna ask her brokerage. Hi everyone, I hope the membership is fun. I'm trying to, sorry, Bithead. I'm trying to become view up pontiff. It's better than mod. Praise be to Lady View Up. Thank you so much, Bithead. Look at Snap and see what you think. I kind of wonder if they're going to do a little better now with all the bullshit going on with Twitter. I still think they're fucking undervalued. When's their earnings? Let me find out when their next earnings is. Because I think like the whole, oh, you know, our fucking earnings aren't going to meet expectations thing was just bullshit to tank the stock price so insiders could buy more. Look at insider buys over the last like 90 days. That'd be settled cash for shares. You can sell them same day. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. What if he's exercising with like, see, I don't know if it's like exercising with like cashless or cash, right? %23% and 39% profit booked on Pickles Picks this AM. You fucking rock, man. Thank you so much, Cooley. I do fucking rock. With cash, yeah, you should probably be able to sell them. I don't think that would be a PDT. But I would still call and check. I don't back when I had accounts that didn't have 25,000, I used cash accounts. And then when they were over 25,000, I used margins. So I've never really been in a situation where I've had to deal with like a lot of PDT rules. I used to know them, but I don't really pay attention to it that much. Does my NSA agent have a direct line to BlackRock? They just don't want you to sleep. This is how it starts, trash. You start making money, you start sleeping less. What do you reckon for GME now? I'm surprised it bounced back. That was a hard bounce, man, on very little active fund pressure. That was kind of surprising. We're still, we're still above gamma neutral though. So those pushes for gamma neutral are going to be difficult, I think. Mostly what we are is kind of volatile. This is just fucking crazy. Is the SPY still coming back? A little bit. It's so weird being like we're getting what, close to like 2.5x SPY ETF. Can you take a quick look at TR and tell me if my single stock futures are gonna print? Haha. Do you think we should expect downside this week? Yeah. Borrow rates going up. Good. That's what I wanted to see this week. Fidelity was at 32 this morning already. I wonder if they just couldn't fucking clear XRT. Hmm. I recognize this price action reminds me of surprise May OPEX when we had a big fuck off candle at 10:30 suddenly. Uh, a little bit, yeah. I mean, like, we expected there to be some price improvement for May OPEX, but we didn't expect it to be like a full on OPEX cycle. Because the exposure was kind of low, right? We did. We got like a lot of price action that week. And into the next. What would happen if they couldn't clear XRT? I don't know. They wouldn't be able to use it to short. I got invited to see Steve Aoki at Ultra Music Festival last night by a school friend since I'm in the area. I offended him with laughter because I thought he was joking. EDM is for children. There's like no volume today. We just hit 500,000 volume. Did we get a lot of volume for Mayo picks? It was decent, yeah. Bad time to get puts on our boy. It's fucking man. I don't know. Mine stopped out. I don't know if I'd buy more. I don't like how fast it moved up on that active fund pressure. Like the fucking SPY barely moved up, right? Like the SPY still looks like dog shit. It's still below resistance. But GameStop moved like just all the way fucking back up to its high for the day. Like $4 move on almost no volume. Tricky. Woo, I'm a pontiff. Wait, what? Oh. If they couldn't clear XRT, fire and ice this month with bad econ data and positive market mechanics ups, could these two forces equal out and JPOW get a smooth landing? Only technical recession? We'll see. The move into the recession should start to see some money flow back into the economy, actually, as commodities start to become more attractive. Bearcat take any profits? I have no idea. He might be holding on. Welcome to Pickle Financial. Here's your free membership, courtesy of BitHead. Okay, first actual question for me ever. What signs are we looking for to confirm a July OPEX run? Well, rising borrow rates are a really good fucking sign. Yeah, we mentioned yesterday that we'd really like to see borrow rates climbing this week, so I'm happy we're seeing that. It's weird how little effect those rising borrow rates are having on the price. Thoughts on puts for CP? A friend is a machinist there and says a strike is looming and their union is in agreement. Hmm. Canada Pacific Railway. Could be an opportunity. I mean, I don't know, man. Railroads have been union busting longer than any of us have been alive. I don't know how it works in Canada though. I don't know how much power like the unions have. Um, and there's a nice range of this uptrend breaks down anyway, down to like the $65 price point. So there might be an opportunity there. And at least from the technical side, like that uptrend can break down. The problem I have with making bets on union things like that is like it's hard to get consistent updates on it. At least from retail, right? Like you can't like send a dude up there in a helicopter and find out what the fuck's going on. So it can be slow for it to get picked up by the news cycle, and they can resolve really fast. Options illiquid as fuck though. On which? I can stand outside of the union offices helicoptering. That should work, Fluffy. Any points of confirmation besides price action that the pinata known as XRT is being whacked harder than an informant with damning info on HRC for them sweet synth shares? Also, can you share what you were thinking about potential after hours run last Friday? Well, we still don't. I mean, without the after hour run occurring this time, it's even harder for us to kind of predict what the fuck happened there. I'm not sure who needed to force the market maker to sell 4 million shares of GameStop and also buy them. Um, but it still happens. It's possible that, XRT is not in as bad a position as it was back then in January. They were really hitting it hard all like from October through December 17th. XRT was just absolutely fucking slammed. And I know in January they almost blew up the fund a couple times. So, yeah, it's possible that, XRT was in a worse position then and they needed those shares then, but they don't need them now. Do you think the SPY can reach a new low after this SLD? Possibly, yeah. Especially if CPI is kind of rough. Do they unlock XRT liquidity? XRT shares outstanding look pretty fucking good this morning. Have your SPY positions for Pickles picks ever not printed? There've been a couple where like it was a day into the week and not like just on Monday, but usually not. I'm pretty good at playing like macro and trading the SPY. That was like the thing I probably traded most when I was day trading, so it's not hard for me to like pick out setups on it. Thoughts on the cat August entry? It's not terrible, but with SLD coming, you might be able to get in, at the same price people were getting in at last week. Um, back down here in this like slightly lower range, like 170, 172. Um, so you may want to wait like a day or two and try to get like an entry in that sweet spot below 175. It may not drop that low. Sometimes it can just sit there while everything else burns. When does SLD begin? Wednesday. Do you usually sell weekly CCs for GME? It depends. Sometimes it's weekly, sometimes it's bi-weekly. Um, I'll sell monthlies if we have like a solid OPEX run. like 30 DTE. Or closest contract, like next, I'll sell the following OPEC date. That's getting a little riskier, though. Double bottom on the SPY, or more down, do you think? I think it could absolutely move down more. It is a double bottom, but it could fail. I thought SLD was the third Wednesday of every month. Apparently, unless the third Wednesday falls after the OPEX. Yeah, if the third Wednesday falls after OPEX, it just occurs on the Wednesday before OPEX. So I guess the way to put that would be it occurs on the Wednesday before OPEX, which is like 99% of the time the third Wednesday. Buy one DT VIX positions, add the money tomorrow for the CPI data Wednesday, plus EV play to get some GME money. You could, but usually like the CPI date and then the following day are kind of volatile. They're not necessarily just like straight down. You may see a spike in volatility, but sometimes like inflation gets priced in first, and then we see the downside from SLD into like Thursday and Friday. And then, you know, Friday we usually see put positions take profits, and that causes a rally on T+2, usually during OPEX. You bussin' or sussin'? I don't know. Fuck off, Amazon. Yeah, see, this double bottom is breaking down. And really, like, you know, this is like a bear wedge, right? We got like a rising wedge out of this downtrend, and this broke down, right? So this is a little weaker than, you know, if we just hit like a bottom bounced, hit a bottom bounced, which is kind of what happened. Like double bottoms only have to be within like 2.5 to 5% range. Did you say the next run to happen? Next week? But I don't know if we expect it yet. We're still waiting. I mean, the bar rate coming up today is a really good sign, but we're still waiting on more confirmation. Fidelity declined my options purchasing request, but I think they accidentally turned it on anyway. I bought some calls. Is that a crime? They may have like approved you manually after the fact. Check your email. So this is the second Wednesday of this month on the 13th. But the third Wednesday is after the third Friday. Because the month started on a Friday. How's that confusing? I guess it is. Thanks, Wrestling here. Long time ignored, first time read. Love the stream and all you do. What's up, Board Gamer? How likely is 120 this week, you think? Trying to position my CSPS. I don't know. We'll see. I think it's desirable for them to get us down to 120. I don't know if they're going to be successful with it. Every time the SPY upturns, we move up $2. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. This may be the most illiquid we've seen GameStop. Ever. And I'm sure there was a shitload of share buying last week in anticipation of the split, so. Chill, we know each month starts on a Monday. Bar rate on BBBY going up 2.5% this morning. That is good. Home Depot breaking out. Huh. I wouldn't trust it with the downturn everywhere else. It does look a bit stronger than this, like, S&P, but see how the Dow... See, the Dow's just kind of performing a little bit better today, too. NASDAQ's terrible. SPY's pretty bad, and the Dow's, only down like 50 basis points. So we're starting to see some divergence in these, right? I expect that these will start to inverse each other over the next few months. Like, we'll start to see days where, like, Dow's green and SPY's red, and NASDAQ will probably move directionally the same as the SPY most of the time, but Dow is quite similar to GME. Well, GME is traded in, like, value ETFs now, so I wonder how much liquidity that tied up. It couldn't have been much, right? That move to the value index. Although it had to have increased its weighting a little bit. Trade corn or trade ethanol? Corn futures are already up a little bit. I have some exposure to corn. Corn and wheat. So yeah, corn's probably gonna do pretty well. Although isn't it still kind of early for the corn crops to be in full? Like, I don't know. I'm not a farmer. What is that inversing a result of? Capital flow into value stocks over growth. You do ads? No, I don't think so. YouTube plays ads on the channel. Are you asking if I do, like, ads for hire? What are you advertising? I won't promote hedge funds, air fryers, or pineapple pizza. You were a mold farmer, but I get that's a lot different. Yeah, it is. Ready for harvest. There you go. Corn should be knee-high at the 4th, from what my cornbread father told me. When we were a corn country 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was well behind. Oh, okay. What broker do you use for commodities? IBKR, usually. Sometimes Schwab. Did I understand you correctly when you said Corn Pop Trader exposed himself to you? Wait, what? Corn Pop Trader? exposed himself to me. Was I talking about exposure? He might have. I don't know. I'll check my DMs. Oh yeah, I forgot. Thanks for reminding me, Darth. Also no Lara bars. Do you promote other YouTube channels? No, fuck them. Will you do an ad for my homemade pickle juice lubricant? Absolutely. What do you have you done any studies on its effect on low T? Can we send Carl a free sample? Do you know roughly how much IV Gen 950s jump during a run? Like 2 to 300%, roughly. Would you promote my nonprofit? Is it like a charity? What's it for? I invented something called string bling. Can you promote that? That sounds awesome. It's not a charity. You just can't make money. We do ads for my new dating site I've been working on. Absolutely not, Darth. Would you like to sponsor a hole for a golf tournament? No? I have a company called Exposure where I take unsolicited dick pics and turn them into artwork. See, what a beautiful way to turn something terrible into something great. Favorite non-espresso brew method? Oh, drinking water. It's a charity allowing well, don't say it's a charity like that's going to excite me. Allowing students to participate in STEM and robotics competitions. Pulling students from 4 schools at no cost to the student and teaching them to trade skills and car cam. I'm going to DM me, Mr. Dan. Can you promote our new pineapple pizza with mayo sauce, specifically designed to be cooked in air fryers? No? Although, I feel like I have already. Our company is funded by a generous hedge fund named Melvin Capital. I believe it. You can make money playing golf. Made $175 playing in the men's league. So much fun. Dude, I just made like fucking 10 grand shorting the SPY in 15 minutes. I'm gonna go stand in the sun on a golf course with people in public. You think that RC would announce the NFT marketplace before or after the split? Maybe I should make this really clear to you, Peanut Butter and Pickles, because you seem to be very worked up on the NFT marketplace. I don't give a fuck about it. I think it's a waste of shareholder money. And its future potential is 5 to 8 years out. You should run advertisements for Irvin Finance's The Terminal. No. Not until I get to wash Lauer's hair. Bro, it's a charity. You need to be excited right away and help everybody for free. You know how it works. I don't like charities. I don't like giving my money to them. Right? It sounds like a job. But the tokens are non-fungible. Would you support a website that sells specialty and designer pickles targeted to depraved and sleep-deprived hedge fund managers? Like energy pickles? Yes, because it'd be funny to watch people eat pickles in order to gain energy. You just like put pickles in 5-hour energy, right? Like fill a jar with 5-hour energy, put a bunch of pickles in it, boom, pickle energy. We could sell it as a cure for like low T and erectile dysfunction. That's right. There's essentially no laws that govern what a supplement says it can do. Have you been to Pickle Fest in upstate New York? No. Do you have a hair washing fetish? What about it excites you? I think it's the tactile like feeling of just the little curls flipping through my hand. You know, it's mostly just for Lauer. I wouldn't do it for anyone else. But it'd be almost like washing the head of a late 1990s Justin Timberlake. Look, I know you're not big on charity, I get it, but adopt this baby real quick. You could wash a poodle. Not the same. I don't like dogs. Would you wash Dave Lauer's hair if he could wash yours? My hair's already washed. Timberlake simp. Yeah. He's just the best. Have you seen that movie about Theta? What's up, Brian? Why is GameStop creating fulfillment centers? Aren't most games purchased digitally? Because they're selling shit that isn't games. But yes, most games are purchased digitally. Inversing the SPY? No. I have this company that sells games. It isn't making any money, so it's basically a charity. Do you think you can promote it? No, Cyan, Rowan. I don't think so. Not any more than I currently am. What about investing in this new startup I've been working on that sells stickers of pickle people based off a stock stream? We've made 6 figures so far and need some additional capital. You're really trying to get banned, aren't you, Darth? Any idea how Jimmy can actually take market share from Amazon? No. They just have to be more efficient in a sector, like a specific sector, right? Better quality control, better products, better customer service. There's ways of beating Amazon at their own game, right? The bigger something gets, the less agile it is. So you have to take advantage of that. I know a grifter that shows his covered calls. Do you want to promote him? No, because that'll interfere with my covered call selling and grifting. Can we turn this into a travel channel? Do I have to go to the place? Or can I just like put images on a green screen behind me? Be like, oh, look what a lovely day in Santorini we're having here. And I can do that, like, I'll start an Instagram. Win volume? Doesn't look like it's happening today. No, I want your uninformed opinion on what it's like to travel there. I just came back from Santorini. Amaze balls. Gordy, I fucking hate that you said that word. I hate that I read it. Fuck you, dude. When you're day trading, what was your best strategy to get 10% return in the short term? I don't think that's how trading works. Do you think that there's just some guaranteed, oh, you can just do this and make 10% every day? Because someone's selling you a big pile of shit. I'm gold 2 in TFT. So close to our new friendship once I hit platinum. You're just trying to force me to push for master? Just Travel Man's YouTube channel. I just want to hang out with him. I love Moss. Circular friend that's a broker asked about Bobby and was test of 350, 370 before shorts repositioning. Thoughts on it, please? I'm not sure what you mean. He expects a test of 350, 370 before shorts reposition? Not cool, Segan. Where in the world is Gurk? Oh, like a Carmen Sandiego kind of thing? That could be exciting. Been thinking after the member stream, could they be in a fucked if we do, fucked if we don't situation? Ray shorting us into the lower range with time left and buy pressure at those lower levels. Yeah, I mean the price, this price right here kind of keeps retail out a bit. No, I haven't, Dustin. I don't think that'd be exciting at all. You'd have New York City and the Midwest. Oh. Is my predicted strangle swap possible? No. So to keep retail out, we might chop until the split? Maybe. The problem with that is they need to cover, right? So they want the price to be low because they want to cover from a low point. Yeah, they could be just waiting for CPI. Especially if they expect a downturn in the market, because that keep the active fund pressure off their ass. Although they really felt like they were going for it this morning. You should make a travel show, but you only visit garbage places like Buffalo and Cleveland. I'd have so many more places to visit than the nice travel shows. What contracts do you plan on picking up for GME in regards to split OPEX? Same shit I always do, man. Like point 0.4 to point 0.1 delta calls and then some volatility plays. Instead of covering from the lowest point, could they just break up covering? Not necessarily. Could you do a show about going to every glory hole across the US and then rate them? No. That sounds like sticking my dick in a lot of bus stop bathroom walls. Not worth it. I can make a show about going across the country and spackling closed all the glory holes until there's none left. I just want you to remember when we were here talking about Peloton killing babies, it was at $25-$30 a share. Look at it now, trading at its true value. Oh, dude, I was talking about Peloton killing babies at like 160 a share. Yeah, this is what they deserved. What a piece of shit. Remember when like a bunch of people got really mad that I talk shit on Peloton? That was fucking funny. They were like, "Oh, Peloton makes a great equipment in my house, and I use it every day. I need someone to talk to me while I exercise, so I know what I'm doing." Even a fucking hamster can run on a wheel without an iPad. $128 pre-split seems like it'd be attractive for retail. Is a price point that you think brings in long institutions pre-split? Yeah, like 60. Glory Knowles. They should be long-term capital gains post-split, Marshall. The province of British Columbia and Canada legit recommended glory holes during the pandemic. That's awesome. Do you think we'll see any share recalls and/or margin calls? What will trigger those? Share recalls? I don't know if we'll see them or not. It's tough to say. It's just interesting how ETFs are supposed to distribute dividends on their underlying shares. So I don't know how they're gonna figure that one out. But as far as like loaned out shares, they probably won't recall them. Do a survival show with Bear Grylls that exposes how little you know about the outdoors and call it Bear With Me. Really? You think they can just do a reset to the whole stock market system? Why? They like it. They like it the way it is. Why not just buy an iPad and a treadmill? It never made sense. That would be cheaper. I bought my hamster a Peloton wheel. That's in all the Uber news the past couple days. I haven't been paying attention. Are they going out of business yet? I wonder why humans don't have like hamster wheels as an exercise tool. Like, wouldn't that be like a lot cooler than owning a treadmill? Like just having a giant hamster wheel? Thoughts on cat this week? Flat or maybe another retest of like that last week's low. What if you fell? I mean, but imagine the YouTube clips. Does it fall on our face? We don't just I don't put like a brake on it or something. Running on a wheel made of hamsters be bad. Keep buying BBY contracts, it keeps going down. Crime or extra crime? Fuck. Both? I think if we see some squeeze mechanic play out pre-split, price goes up to 200-ish, better to take profits because there's no way they don't offer more shares up there. I know you're not talking to me, Segan, but I would say if we saw that happen post-split, there's no way we don't see shares get offered. I really want you to design exercise equipment that is effectively a torture slash maiming device. You're a natural. Medieval cranes. Interesting. Does the interim CEO for BBY buying shares make you bullish? Not really. They barely bought any. Take up all the delta, take all the delta and divide it. Itchy Italian. iBorrow available just jumped from 80k to 250k. Hmm. Will you be able to buy shares next week after the ex-div date and still get the div? Yes. Yeah, you can buy shares all the way into the effective date and you'll still receive the dividend. After the effective date, though, no. If you had a second room available, would you get one of those VR treadmills that you like strap in and it goes 360 so you can play video games and run at the same time? I want one so bad. That sounds awesome, actually. Yeah, I'm about that. Is that the point at which, like, I think when that technology is just available to everyone, that's the point that, like, hardcore nerds and, like, fat neckbeards become high testosterone, like, high T Chad golden gods, right? Because they just sprinted 15 miles in COD. That'll be weird for society, I think. Also, watching the world championships of any game would be hysterical. That's what nerds learn about steroids. Yeah, we're getting ready to push out our new cologne line, Heath. So we're dropping subtle hints about low testosterone. Thoughts on UVXY, August 19, $15 calls. Yeah, probably not terrible. A little bit out of the money. Mountain Dew would come out with an electrolyte drink. Hot Cheeto energy bars. What if RC, instead of doubling down on BBBY, sacrifices himself to the DTCC and literally becomes the float? Do you think this is bullish? Yes. When this is all over, can we get a stream of you undercover at Ape Fest, asking apes questions that highlight their idiocy while think they are spitting facts? Would be such a please watch. No, I'm not going to whatever the fuck that is. Are you trying to get me murdered by insane Redditors? What the fuck, Dominic? No, I don't remember those days, Darth. Am I crazy or is Twitter a good buy right now? You're crazy. Why are people in the Discord pumping hopium and saying that RC doubling down on BBBY is proven? I have no idea. Because they're scared that it's back under $5. They could still get paid out bigly by Elon, and the sell-off today seems a bit much. Yeah. If I have a 90-day restriction, can I exercise a call with the value of the contract? I don't think so. For PDT or... The Discord isn't talking about that at all. Maybe, Rat Boy. Maybe he just doesn't buy more. Just gotta wait. Jimmy bar rate going up. Let's fucking go. Nice. I'm trying to lure JFresh to the Pigeonwell Discord. Interesting. But we're not at 120. Holy shit, I'm tired. Fucking what's today? Mondays, right? Yeah. Isn't the bar rate up not what we want to see this week? That's absolutely what I want to see this week. Are you selling covered calls this week? No. This really is super fucking boring. When are you planning to enter your position? If we keep trading like this at the very last possible moment. Do you think RC has much better data than we do? Probably a little bit, yeah. Hmm. Why not CCs this week? I thought next week was the risk of VUPs. No, both weeks are. I was pretty clear about this last week. I have no intention to sell covered calls through this period of time. I think he's definitely a bidet guy, right? You don't make $1 billion and then clean your ass with paper. RC used option strat for his August PPBY calls. Ah. Was a life a lot harder when you're rich? I don't know. I'm not rich. Why the fuck would you, chat, even consider selling CCs when a split is happening? To be fair, I was selling in the money cover calls on Amazon all the way into the split, trying to get rid of those fucking shares. Dude, you're rich. No, I'm not. I'm like middle upper class, middle class, upper middle class. I don't know what my net worth is, Smooth. Will Palantir ever be a gig company? If they can ever make money, yeah. With the split occurring during July OPEX, can they find any extensions because of the stock split? No. I don't think that grants them any additional time. You're upper middle class? Nice. Why no rich? Unrealized gains. How much do you make a month? I don't know, man. You're rich since you have more money than a poor in the eyes of the poorest. To the actual rich, you're a tadpole. Yeah, but I haven't had money for a long time. Right? Like, there's dudes I went to school with that fucking became like neurologists, and they've been making 6 figures for years. 6, 7 figures. Some of them. No, Moonwind's not richer than me. You're Nebraska. Yeah, like Omaha rich. You'll always be low class, upper class to me, Greg. Thanks, R pi squared. Big candle on Goog. I'm still waiting to enter that. The fuck? I guess I should have bought earlier. It dropped so low. Hmm. Yeah, I might wait till tomorrow on this. I still don't like it. Only rich people don't know their net worth. It's easy for them to run for $6 in a box of cards. You explain the major reason why lenders wouldn't want to recall, because they just keep making money. There's no incentive for them to squeeze the stock if they're not going to sell their shares, right? I think Gurlick feels poorer than he is because he loves trading too much to ever take significant cash out of his brokerages. Yeah. I kind of just take out like my monthly budget every month, and then the rest of it just stays in there. I backpacked through Europe with a buddy who now owns a private jet. I'm broke. Why did you set the stock to trade sideways at VWAP for the day? It'd be more helpful if you had it do big ups or downs and told us which way you set it to go beforehand. Just a little feedback. Thanks, Walford. I'll keep that in mind for future streams. The Discord is imploding. Based on what? Boys season 3 fully out. I've already watched it. It was pretty good. Do you think the 174 range is a good support for Cat? I still think over the coming days it can slip further down into the like 172, 170 range. So I plan on being patient with more entries, but it's up to you. You may just have to like hold it at a loss for a little bit though if you do that. Hot new DD coming to RS soon. Pickler says we should sell our shares to start MOASS. I mean, it would cause a recall. So more downs to the SPY today, or think it'll chop till CPI? Good question. I'm not sure. It took a pretty big hit so far. It's still down like almost 100 BPS. It can move down a little further. I don't think anybody has bullish expectations for CPI data. Can you explain a little bit more about theta decay curve? I'm looking to enter October calls until early August for OPEX. Potential marketplace announcement. I mean, theta kind of like goes like this, right? This is like 30 days to expiry. This is like 60. This is like 90. So in the last 30 days, the rate of decay picks up a lot, right? As it goes to 0. Like the contract value. So the further into this you buy on 30 DTEs, the faster the rate of decay is. Like 60-day contracts experience pretty steady rates. 90 days are even better. It's really not that complex. So if you're entering October calls and you're holding them until early August, you're still going to be like roughly 60 days out from expiration. How did the first episode treat you? I don't remember. I think inflation will be worse. Does this same curve apply to selling CCs and CSPs? Yep. Inversed, though, right? Because you're selling the theta in that event. So theta is a positive for you. No, just go read about the Greeks. I don't want to spend my time explaining the Greeks. There's a million different places to just type option. You can just type options Greeks in Google and find out everything you need to know about them. They're not that complicated. At least the understanding you need of them is not. Oh, that was kind of weird. My favorite option for Greek is Ziki sauce? Tzatziki? That's good shit. IBKR raises junior bar rate to 31.78. Nice. M2 SSDs. Yeah, they're fucking awesome. I have like 4 of them. They're the best. You pick up any more calls? Or are you waiting for the slam? Just waiting. Yeah. I have a few 180s and 200s, but I haven't bought anything else yet. Intraday bar rate relevant now? Yes. It's always been relevant, right? Because it shows us when they're trying to when they need to use the lending pool, right? The rate itself isn't so important as much as the rate increasing is. So we care about the rate going up. We don't really care what the rate is. What's up, NW? I'm kind of confused on the difference between CSPs and CCs. Is there a simple explanation? Yeah, one's a put and one's a call. One is backed with asset backed collateral, and the other is backed with cash collateral. On a covered call, you lose your shares. On a cash secured put, you get shares. They are put upon you versus being called away. You know, I made a video about this, sort of. Games you're installing on one hard drive, or you need 8 terabytes? I have a solid understanding Delta Theta Vega, but I don't understand Rho. Rho's the expected change in an options price per 1% point change in interest rates. So it's like delta for interest rates. Gut feeling. It's not that unusual for GME to trade flat. At $50, how do I become a millionaire by the end of the day? Yes. No, that won't do it. Hmm. I suppose it depends on how okay with crime you are. Can you give a few examples for stocks where Rho really matters? No. Aside from GME, what was your best play ever? No need for details, just curious on the ticker and the circumstances. Short SPY, long VIX, March 2020. I guess row matters more for like leaps and shit. Like longer term options, and it matters for near term ones. So yeah, like usually the higher the price of the underlying, I think, and like the greater. I'm trying to remember. Fucking row's been irrelevant for much of the time that I've been trading. The higher the price of the underlying and the longer till expiration, the more sensitivity that the contract will have to changes in interest rates as pricing models factor in the cost of capital, right? So, like, trying to think of an example. So, an option that would have the investor buy the underlying shares, like a short call or a long put, um, would have negative reaction to rates increasing. And like conversely, like a position where the investor sells short stock to become hedged would be negatively impacted by a decrease. And interest rates can vary a lot between like clearinghouses, brokers. I don't think it's not really going to affect you unless you're delta hedging positions. Dear God, we're talking about row. What a time to be alive. I mean, that's probably a lot of the action we're seeing around Fed minutes, right? Is arbitrage row. Like row arbitrage. They're hitting BBBY hard. No, they're not. You guys are expecting it to drop a little? I need to buy 12 more. Yeah, will it? I'm not so sure about that. I knew it was negligible, but to a certain extent. I misunderstood the actual meeting. I mean, with an increased interest rate environment, it's more important than it's ever been before. Would there be any incentive to drive the price down prior to the dividend? I think there's an incentive to drive it up. Because that would increase ETF liquidity going into the split. Like a year later, and my favorite thing is still Gert just flat dismissing someone's overdramatic statements. Row overturned equals more babies equals buy buying for more babies equals BBY moon. Thanks, Supreme Court. I don't know about that. Who would win in a fight between Matt Kors and Lou versus Wall Street? Who gives a shit? What do you think of selling long-term puts on BBBY? Kind of a waste of capital, right? My favorite thing is still Girk's head on a cameraman on one of those early Fed meeting things. When I made my head tiny, and I remember that. That was fun. It's going all right, Ornate Pigeon 366. How are you doing? Seems like they won't be able to kick the can past August OPEX with the record date being 7/18. I think they absolutely can. A little bit past it, Dunkston. I think maybe September OPEX. It depends on when they fail and how much time the lenders give them, if there are recalls, right? It gets pretty convoluted when the ETFs are at risk because they don't have to report trades to the NSCC or failures to the NSCC immediately. Like when it's the AP taking risk, like the ETF's gonna hold them to the standard fail schedule, right? But when the ETF's taking on risk, it's kind of another story. Like if you look at Tesla, it was like T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3, right? Post split. And then the OPEX ran hard as fuck. So there's like 5 days of FTD settlement. It dropped again, and then OPEX just ripped. Which I would imagine, based on the FTD data, is a similar situation, but it may not. I mean, it may not shake out the same way. Tesla had just so much institutional presence. So Matt Chorus and Shkreli are going to do a trading match. Each will have 50K and all trades P&L will be live. Lame. I mean, is that even hard? Like, Shkreli just has to short whatever Matt Chorus buys. What are your thoughts when picking Pickles picks? My scanner picks up interesting plays that are movers, but backtesting shows it's better just to play SPY, which pays better with macro moves. I try to pick for Pickles picks, you know, I try to mix things up a little bit. I try to pick some like solid, like easy plays that aren't gonna have too much volatility, and there's gonna have to be like a nice range of price movement. Um, and then I'll sometimes like I'll throw in like something a little more dynamic or interesting for like the educational opportunities. They have to close by 7:18, so the close shorts have to be done by 7:14. Basically, you're saying they'll kick it to the end of futures quarter. I mean, if the ETF can write its own forwards, then yeah. I mean, it really depends on whose lap the risk is falling into, right? And if the lender's not going to recall, that means that they're going to essentially take on the risk. And in our case, since the vast majority of lent shares are through ETFs, then you assume they're going to write a forward to balance their NAV, right? They're not just going to buy into like split FOMO and rocket the stock up, because that presents them like another layer of risk as well, right? As the price of the stock increases, they have to additionally buy more stock. Have you done a Fourier transform on any of your models? I know JFresh has. Where do you find these pickles picks? I post them every week in Dillionaires. Today's were pretty good. Although I forgot to dump my Amazon, so now I'm just carrying bags. Sort of. My Amazon calls in for the 22nd. I'll wait through CPI. People have been doing Fourier transform on the market for decades. There's nothing of valuable value there. It's chaotic. Yeah. I know you did them at some point, right? With GME. Would you consider a Pickles pick review on the member stream? Review one pick, show where good entries and exits were, or other info. Yeah, I could do that. It doesn't look like their counterparty on their forwards is bought in yet. If this is carried into the split, that essentially implies they will short. Interesting. XRT's shares outstanding were up like 1 million this morning. Where the fuck did they come from if they didn't write a forward? They didn't exercise any delta on Friday, right? They kind of packed it with calls on the 5th, which I suppose they could have exercised for the creation baskets or redemption baskets. I did them for GME just to get a better sense of the cycles. I also looked at an auto-correlation function of the time domain data with its inverse. That got us to T23. Oh, I remember that. Oh, God. The early days of biscuits and T plus 23. July OPEC still bullish. I haven't been able to catch the stream as much the past week. We'll see. I feel bullish about it, but I'm wary of it. There's so many shares in the banana stand. It's true. I'm predicting there's no run starting the 18th on GME. They're compounding it till August. Thoughts? I mean, I wouldn't assume that until the T plus 2 period was over. Sideways days, not very interesting, is it? Fucking market sideways too. Ah. Down ticked and flat until fucking CPI probably. This is gonna be a shit week. Ugh. Power law entropy swaps are in place for July, but not beyond, correct? Well, they set them in June, and they're good for a quarter. So they could carry out till possibly August? Hmm. Just after. Jesus, they'd be cutting it really close, though. July is a no packs. Isn't there some smaller bump as they roll obligations forward? Yeah, usually. There's a decent number of obligations, at least on XRT, moving into this Friday's expiration. And we likely have some carryover from June as well. What's really weird here is that they're not really able to short us effectively. So that could be extremely bullish going into OPEX. Or because they're not carrying like a big negative delta hedge that they want to get rid of, it could be bad. I mean, BBBY's performance, CMO, is going to be based on what happens with that put wall. Remember when Jimmy would swing $80 on the day? Yeah. Is attendance mandatory in your class? No. At least you already made 5 million this morning. I wish. There's some stuff sitting at Gen 23 too. Yeah, there is. That's the stuff that they bought at the end of June, right? Guitar stuff. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5-10 weeklies.
Yeah, Ivy's dropping today, but Ivy was already pretty low going into this morning. Like, it was at like 105. Like, Ivy 30 was at like 105. Which is within, or at least our assumed target range. We never hear about the Elliott warehouse. They burned it down.
We ain't no cult.
Check SS too. Dear God, why? Do I still have that on here? I do. Ooh, it's doing stuff. It's not exciting though. Isn't the float just massively diluted now? Come on, Ahmed. Thank you so much, dude. DM me over on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday,
Thanks,
girl.
man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes.
Give me one sec, guys.
Cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5-10 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
right. SST Jan 2024 IV. It's like 60% at the money. 57% at the money. You guys think August 19 or August 26 would be best for capturing OPEX movement while experiencing the least amount of theta decay? I mean, the least amount of theta decay would obviously be August 26, but the liquidity on August 26 may mean that you lose more money on the spread than you would have lost just buying August 19s on theta. Thank you again for all the wisdom and education this year. Do you think we could bring back the bolometer? It'll save a bajillion how bullish are you about OPEX questions. Yeah, but it just starts a bunch of questions about have you updated the bolometer, which is annoying as fuck, Lord of Nork. So no, the bolometer is dead. It was fun while it lasted, but I will never deal with that shit again. Does no big downs today mean bad sign for July OPEX? No. We still have the rest of this week. SST float is 44 million shares, according to Fidelity. I don't think any of those counts are accurate. Have you? God damn it. That's on 380 spy puts for 722. They're probably not terrible. Give me the bear case on July OPEX. We trade flat and nothing happens for like 70 days after the split. How did Ivy drop when this morning was volatile as fuck? It was on no volume. So it was really volatile, but it wasn't volumetrically so. I paper handed because you don't drop pickles anymore. Yeah, I know. I never really liked drawing the pickles though, to be fair. I just did it because I was bored. I'm pretty bored today, but I drew a pickle like a couple weeks ago. So it's not entirely accurate. I can only hope my parents say probably not terrible about me. 1269 song. It's pretty far away. God, today's kind of dull. What if there's something else we can do? Is there anything going nuts that I can just like day trade? Yeah, what's this? Looks like all the excitement here is dead too. Shitty penny stocks. Biden calls for assault weapons gun ban at a safety event. Pharmaceuticals are killing it today. Tobacco. Tootsie Roll hit hard. Vol play? I don't think so. Go play Minecraft? I don't want to. TR doing anything? Probably not. TR is not a very exciting stack. Hmm. Are you bearish on AMD and NVIDIA? I think they both overcommitted on silicon orders the next gen 5 nanometer process with TSMC. The crypto crash, supply on consumer GPUs will be way up. Yeah, I actually agree. I'm pretty bearish on AMD and NVIDIA going into quarter three, quarter four. I don't know how much of effect we're gonna see on this next earnings call, but I think into the end of the year, yeah, I'm pretty bearish on both of them and Intel. You try to come up with the most creative restaurant idea. That's how you get the most creative restaurant idea taken away from you, popcorn trader. Any insight into BlackRock's earnings? No. Biotech's been kind of hot for the last 16, 17 trading days. Kind of weird, but it's outperforming other sectors wildly. I mean, that's because good, like, biotech and pharmaceutical investments. It's really pharma that's doing well, but, those are very, like, stable. Some of them are very stable value investments, right? We're seeing the BBY put all rolled out yet? No. Don't forget, this Thursday is their shareholders meeting, annual shareholders meeting. I like days like today. More quality time, less don't you degens ever listen to anything that I say and stop the same questions repeatedly because you bought a 0 DTE? Yeah. I mean, these days are definitely more fun. If OPEC's covering, at least in that regard, but god damn, are we flat. Aren't you gonna start a restaurant? I don't know. Why? It's like a lot of overhead, low profits. I mean, I can eat there for free, but I'd also have to go there. What if it's not close to me? What if I can't find, like, real estate in my immediate area? CHIPS Act. I think it could create some near term uh enthusiasm for them, but I think like bringing manufacturing stateside is going to take years, several years, right? I don't like that the hedgies don't care about GME anymore. I'm not really sure how I feel about it. It's like, on one hand it feels like they can't short it, but on the other hand it feels like they're just not trying that hard. And those are vastly different outcomes, right? You gonna make any plays based on the new Omicron wave? I did this morning. I shorted the SPY and Baba. It was awesome. Sistani, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up over on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. It's more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
You're having to interact with the public as a recipe for disaster. I can interact with the public just fine.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
They should have a place where you can go and order custom crafted ice cream sandwiches. And not like some shitty cookie with some ice cream on it, right? Like really go all out. Various cookies or different sandwich structures. You could have like graham cracker. You could have those weird cookies that are on like cheap grocery store ice cream sandwiches. I don't know what those are. Cookies, cake. What are those cookies? Or Florentines? That'd be good. Malone's cones. You think the situation of let's wait till CPI on Wednesday and see how they feel then? Impossible. I would have expected a little more price action today with stagnation like tomorrow, but I mean, CPI is going to be pretty important this week. Especially with the Fed being a little more dovish. Because this will change their opinion immediately, right? No, my friend still hasn't made any payments. Subway, but for ice cream? Yeah. All Baked Bear in San Diego. Call it Carl's Cream. How about Carl's Creamery? I would just be a backer, right? Like, I'm not going to go actually deal with customers. I wonder how well my like customer service mentality would serve me as a business owner. Of just like, oh, you didn't like it? Fuck you. Like, that's a great. Imagine being an employee at a place with a customer service policy like that. It'd be amazing. Yeah, I just really don't like plantains, man. I will Idaho beef. French toast, waffles? Sure, why not? Kirk's restaurant motto, the customer's always an idiot. There's a place like that in Chicago where the servers just troll you. Interesting. How do you feel about glazed cashews? I don't have an opinion on them. Secure #1 mod. I mean, he is. Cream de Carl. I don't care how versatile they are. They taste gross. Creamed by Carl. What's up, Gerg? So bar rate going up means shorts incoming, meaning big ups next week? Hope so. Let's see how fast it goes up. It's going up quite a bit today. Given our extremely low volume. Yeah. Yeah. Durian ice cream on a mango sandwich. No. When ouchie downs on GMA. Dude. So vegan or carnivore, so I have to choose between only eating meat or being a vegan? I don't think either of those are particularly balanced or healthy. How do I turn on a gifted membership? My mom always said I was gifted, so I thought it was automatic. Well, it sounds like she was right. You just go to your Google profile and turn on gifting. Sandwich shop, where the sandwich fillings are just tiny sandwiches. Huh. So, like, different tiny sandwiches served as a sandwich? If there is a recall, would it most likely be the end of this week, or could it be up until next Thursday? Yeah, because of the way they're handling the dividend, it could be out through next Tuesday. Yeah, that would give T+2. What about sandwich tapas? This is just British tea. We're just gonna make little tiny sandwiches, cucumber and butter. Weird ham paste. Tiny Things, another Carl-based restaurant. Why am I business partners with Carl? Pescatarians are just like, they just believe in justifiable homicide. It's like it's okay to kill fish, but not other animals. Low tea and crumpets at Carl Bistro. Are you under the impression I don't know how to run a small pastry business? I think you just run out of cream filling really quick. Because of the low tea. Everyone's been talking about it, man. It's okay for you to just like come out, you know, and speak on it publicly. Are you significantly less bullish on a recall than you were when the split proposal was announced? I'm not. I wasn't bullish on one back then. I said that they don't have to recall shares. I've said that for months now. Fish have no souls. What? How much theta do you look for on your cat calls? More than 30, less than 90. Would it be unusual to see back-to-back OPEX failures, or has it happened previously? I mean, all of our cycles last year had back-to-back OPEXs, right? Where nothing happened. Like last year, May, and then June, July, nothing. August ran. The weird thing about this year is the rate of OPEX cycles appears to be increasing, and obligations are compounding, but we'll see how that plays out, right? We'll see if their goal is to get us back on like F-Man, right? Then that pushes things out to August. Although, I mean, it currently doesn't look that way. Right now, we expect June OPEX obligations and July OPEX obligations to be due simultaneously, along with the split. We're bullish on it. It's just there's a air of caution because we're not seeing the things pre-OPEX that we want to see. Although, to be fair, in June, we saw everything and got nothing, right? We got like a $20 move to the upside where we stagnated all week before dropping right back down to the price we started at. I'm great friends with a master baker. Is that spelled correctly? If you had said you were bullish on a recall, how bullish on a would you be on a recall now? Yeah. I just don't see a reason for longs to recall. With the ETFs, it's questionable because of how they have to provide dividends to shareholders, but like they have to provide dividends to shareholders on a pro rata in-kind basis. And so I do wonder if the ETFs may need to recall. But as far as like lenders go, I don't see any reason for them to. I'm not sure August is a real month. No, it is. How about investing in my new breakfast venture, this cereal? It's like regular cereal, but with Molly. Dude, if you can get that licensed by the FDA, I'm in. Check DMs. What's your favorite? Ooh, what's this? Strawberry toaster tart. That sounds awful. I mean, the Heath looks pretty bomb, right? Lemon cupcake might not be bad. Are they changing OPEX every month with less ops and more price control? Uh, yeah, it's possible. I don't think we really ran sufficiently in June for the number of like outstanding obligations. We did move though, but yeah, we also moved in Fab. Could lack of ETF base shorting this week indicate that ETF is doing a recall, or has warned frequent redeemers that it would have to if they redeem too much? It's possible. I mean, XRT's also began thresholding this morning. Thoughts on a halt into close today? It seems unlikely. How come Ivy doesn't automatically crush on sideways barring trading? What are the real causes of IV crush? Ivy, I'm sure, is crushing currently, Stefan. I don't think it's rising very much. Also, we had kind of a volatile morning, so I'd expect IV to be relatively the same as what we opened at. Going up here through this period and then stabilizing and falling off into the middle of the day. I went to a brewery that also made ice cream. They had Mushroom Rocky Road. Thoughts? That sounds disgusting. Hey Gurk, you often mention that volume is the best indicator for January price action. Can you expand on that? 1 minute, 15 minutes. Did you change the settings on WeBull? No. I think all my settings on WeBull are the same. Volume is the best indicator of sustained price action. So when Jimmy moves into a cycle of higher volume, it generally stays in that cycle for quite some time. Theta at negative 0.71, you multiply that by 100 to see, so you lose 71 overnight, roughly. Busy all morning just joining. Is there a 10-second recap of the day so far? Big up, big down, big up, sideways. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. This morning's price action extremely volatile with, relatively small moves on the SPY. And then we've kind of been trending up in this slightly higher low pattern. And just barely, but yeah. Almost flat, though, on the day. And volume's extremely low, still under 1 million. Not even during the stagflation of December last year. There was some periods between like August and November that were pretty fucking dry. How do you feel about agave syrup as a sugar substitute? I think it tastes terrible. Check DMs. What do you got for me? Puts took profit this morning on a heavy short. Yeah, I did. Calls sold off, but are starting to pick up. No new put position coming in yet. Interesting. That sounds bullish, but why is the rate of increase in calls so menial? I feel like that's not the right word. Middling? Middling. It's like they're bullish, but not really. Everyone just feels the way we do. Maybe. What are your thoughts on the CPI data coming out Wednesday? Do you think chops, slight ups on SPY until it drops Wednesday morning? I think even after the CPI data is released, they could price. We could see inflation, the inflationary increase priced in before we start to see the downside from SLD. So we may even see like some ups on Wednesday. I hope you like my fanfic. Eagles McHuge beef. Hold on. Did I miss it? Oh, Jesus. How did I not see this? The day was done at Pickle High, and Gherkin was antsy to go home. He'd become increasingly popular with his class when they'd switched away from pants due to the heat. His calves were shockingly well defined, like knotted oak. His olive tan skin pearled with sweat. Gherkin was at his locker when he was approached by sheepish Darth Dan. The air began to grow tense as the rest of the students filed out of the school. Dan brushed a lock of hair aside as he mustered the courage to look up at Gurk. Senpai Uwu. Gurk's face was apologetic, and Dan shrank slightly. I'm sorry, Dan, Gurk said softly. I'm already spoken for. He shifted to his locker and pulled out an ice cream sandwich. My heart already belongs to Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches. Super tasty and only $4.49 a box. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I need to get a real job. Just to be around actual people for like a couple weeks. Can you explain to a simpleton what the difference between a split and a split dividend with regards to shorts? Well, in a split, shorts are split. In a split dividend, they're not, and they become debt. Extra debt. Give us an ara ara? I don't know what that is. As soon as you're around real people, you're gonna miss the bots too much. And you'll be reminded normal people don't share lost porn or boof wine. You know, nobody's boofed any wine yet, which is surprising. But probably a good thing. I've never had more fun being a silent bot every day. I think the extra debt will fall to the lenders, thus they will recall. No, they'll just charge more interest to the shorts, right? Not true, just hasn't been posted. And don't boof wine. The colon is shockingly good at absorbing alcohol. Do you think SLD noticeable ups downs as a feedback from Jan 21 OPEX? I see become less relevant after Jan 23 due to the 24-month NSCC SLD deposit requirement rules. No, I think it's been going on since before then, right? I really don't think it's related to GameStop at all, frankly. It just bypasses the liver and goes straight into the bloodstream. That's why it's dangerous and bad. Do you think brokers will require shares in order to distribute the dividend? No, they'll just distribute it. I know what this morning dip was. It was a market maker de-hedging the calls from last week. Matches my model. Psyched. Oh, okay, cool. Did we ever calculate GEX? Was that a thing we're gonna do? What's the short percent displayed on Stonka tracker? It's 50%. Does that mean 50% of the volume today was short interest? There's no way that's true. No, it just means 50% of the volume today was sold. The short volume is kind of an irrelevant metric. I just googled can you boof wine and the autofill was while pregnant. Jesus. Oh boy. Yes, Paris. Short volume is a good metric for determining how liquid a stock is, though, isn't it? A little bit, yeah, but the bid-ask spread is like a far better metric, right? For determining illiquidity. That's how you end up with Albert Einstein. SKYX looks fun. It's just chasing. Big chases. And it looks like it's getting rejected. Yeah, it's like at resistance here at 270, 250. Or 272.5. $272 and 5/100ths. That's getting rejected. The fun is gone. Typical chat comment. Dynamite Dove. You should be better than that. Hey, look at this stock that finished running. Is it basically just a metric for determining upward or downward trends of shorting? Numbers listed are largely irrelevant. Yeah. Are you telling me, or did you want me to just read that to people? So 50% if the volume was sold, 50% of the volume was bought. Makes sense. I had an interview on Friday, opened my Microsoft Teams meeting, and my potential future employer saw my name as Turdferg. So at least they know my true identity. Oh boy. So you're saying you've already lost the job? Hold on. I want to check out where's the price action? Price action. The goodies. What do we got? 63.3% of today's volume in dark pools. 12% in block trades, which is kind of interesting. That's a lot. More than it usually is. 30% in sweeps. Sweeps. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, it could break up if TA on GameStop was ever remotely accurate. I can't tell you how many any near-term thoughts on cat. I think you can retest that lower resistance before moving back up. I can't tell you how many extremely serious emails have been sent from Popcorn Trader. I believe you. What's your theory for why GME SPY is such low volume and such narrow chop? CPI data this week is probably keeping a lot of money off the table. Honestly, it's probably a pretty big part of it. Like 90% certain I interviewed an ape last week. He pivoted 10 years of retail management work to wanting to be a data analyst quant in June of last year with a particular interest in fund algos. So I assume that you did not hire him. I forgot I was logged into my Axe Capital account and sent out emails to my colleagues as Axe. They had a lot of questions. I got about 7K to lower my GME cost basis, but I find it so difficult to decide when to buy right now. I mean, historically, the price is okay. Sub 125 is a little better. If they went to short, wouldn't now be ideal? No. It would be much more ideal for them to short into an actual market downturn. Do you think the market will tank anyway that day for SLD? Usually like SLD doesn't really have a lot of effect until the day following. So like Wednesday of, it's sometimes not so bad. Also, like inflation can get priced in, right? So if inflation is up a lot, we may see that priced in before we start to see downside. You assumed correctly? Yeah, I thought so. Any benefit to ATR indicator in day trading seems kind of pointless. ATR, what is that? Oh, like average true range? Why have I never heard that referred to as ATR? That's just like a 14-day simple moving average, right? That's probably why you don't hear a lot about it, because it's just a fucking moving average. And it only measures volatility and not the direction of an asset's price. So it throws a lot of false signals. Yeah. Eh, I don't like it. It seems better just to analyze the Greek data instead of trying to use an indicator that assumes or makes assumptions of the volatility. Also, you could, I feel like you'd run into issues with some candles having far more movement than others. Yeah, but you think a lot of things, Stefan. I had a similar experience in that interview just applying to my company. I used McDonald's mobile app once and told them my name in the drive-thru, but it turned out my name was tied to my Google name. Good times. Nice. The good, the bad, and the Dan. ATR is good when the price drops too low or too high because it corrects back fairly quickly. Sure. Sometimes. If you had to boof a vegetable or fruit, what would you use? I feel like the skinny side of a carrot would probably be best. Or maybe something with no fluctuation, like a rhubarb. Actually, don't boof rhubarbs. Or at least not the. Make sure you trim the leaves off. This just shows you the average volatility move for a stack in a specified range. I think it's, yeah, but it's showing it to you like it's an assumption based off of volume and price data. It's not like the actual effect on the options chain. It just seems better to get like do your like weighted like delta for like the 25-day rolling period or something. Or like a historic volatility measurement, but from like with like actual options data. So flat, yeah. No, I don't have a lot of background in rhubarb boofing. You could have chosen a grape. How do you get it out? I guess the whole purpose of boofing is not to remove it. Since you all but guaranteed a run next week, I liquidated my holdings in Gourds and SST and will full port into 123 950s. Joke's on you, I don't mind the dumpster. Well, I hope that works out for you, man. Celery versus rhubarb. I would think to use it as an entry-exit signal for options once those underlying moves close to the ATR range. Say for something like the SPY. I guess. I don't know. I think oscillators are bullshit, so it's gonna be hard to sell me on it. Celery would break for sure. It's too flimsy. Imagine getting a piece of celery stuck up there. You mean boofed up there? That's what boofing is. Boofing is it goes up there and then it stays there until it's absorbed into your bloodstream. That guy interviewed a data analyst. That was gaff. Why wasn't his follow-up question, do you have a corgi that you force feed Benadryl? That's a good question, actually, Gaff. Did you ask that question? Did you find out? I mean, what if he was a big deal? Was it Andrew Momoni? Can you tell us? Is that privileged? I think Baby Carrot should be the unanimous decision. Fair. Why not a Cornichon? You are a Cornichon, Gilgamesh, King of the Dans. Of Sand Dans. I'm sorry. The dichotomy of these conversations is hilarious. Most of us are talking about boofing fruit. The other is talking about ATR indicators. I mean, shockingly, not that different from the finance world. I think anybody here who's worked in finance will agree with me. He was a data analyst, not a data scientist. Anything else is under NDA. Damn it. What's the difference? Does one experiment with their data and the other just looks at it? GameStop sure interest just 313% now higher compared to Overstock 79%, Tesla 31% before their dividends. Buckle up. Jesus fucking Christ. Where do they get these numbers from? IV bumped like 15% out of nowhere. Interesting. Curious indeed. Wonder if we're about to see a run on the SPY. Why do you pick ice cream sandwiches over me? Well, they taste better. This is boring. I'm not holding this crap. Am I? Everything's so lame today. Flat. At least this went down. I wonder if I should short X now. Oh, did the VIX bump? I think it's because the VIX is bumping. A little bit. I mean, it didn't move up a ton, but it moved up a little. I'm not really seeing any other reason for IV to be bumping right now. NASDAQ make another leg down. Yeah, NASDAQ could be falling off of this peak right now. And I need like triple the amount of caffeine. I got new coffee and it's just doing nothing for me. I have no energy. Data scientist is more respected. One has the word analyst on their CV, the other has the word scientist. I'm a data scientist and I have absolutely no idea what my defined job role is. It's just like professional chart reader, right? New here, what's the stuff about Dan's? Don't worry about it, man. As an analyst, he's able to boof DDs. Interesting. SKYX broke resistance. Oh, cool. How strong is that GME ascending support? It's holding up. Check Cornish on Cordon Bleu for what you should actually be doing with rhubarbs. Is it a rhubarb pie? Strawberry rhubarb crisp. Interesting. I'd try it. Using my milestone to say thank you for giving me something to do while I should be working. Thank you so much, Hot Pocket. I appreciate you. That's why you need to switch to green tea. I did, and it helped because it's got more caffeine. I need to do something. Give me a minute. I need to do something about it. Spy's finally moving. It's going the wrong way. Piece of shit. I feel like it's just like moving back up to open. News? Well, finally the spy moving. Me 6, same like shit. What are you doing in the pores chat? We too have no job. Every time a customer or ex-coworker calls, I ignore it and then block their number. Amazing, Velvet. Great opportunity to average down puts. Yeah, could be. I don't know how much confidence I have in this breakout. Holding steady. It's looking okay. Volume's remaining consistent. Maybe I'll buy the and in the money. Let's fucking play with this a little bit. See if we get a test a 387. This is the it's some I don't know. I bought it at H Mart. It's like crazy caffeine tea, or it's like energy tea. Well, the guy at the department said it was called crazy tea. I can't read anything on the bottle. It's all written in Japanese. H Mart is amazing. You know what I like? It's just cleaner than other grocery stores. For real, if you were a decently attractive woman, how quickly would you start an OnlyFans account? No. Probably not at all. Or I would just like I would start one, but I'd always be clothed. Kind of like this, right? Where I just tease the idea of showing you my calves, but you never really see them. They're really well defined. They are like knotted oak. You could just upload this stream to OnlyFans. Isn't reasonably attractive subjective? Yeah, but there's probably like a societal scale. And that shifts over time as well, but more slowly. What if you were guaranteed an extra 10K a month? What are you selling me on here, Bull Mayo guy? Already thought you were an attractive woman. Oh, look, a spy run. How did you predict this would happen 20 minutes ago? But it's over. It's already over. That was it. I think that was the extent of its energy. It's spent. It's concluded. All over itself. Disgusting. BMG sim like digital pimp? I think that's what he's gunning for here. Also, if you have a heart attack from that tea, can I have your calls? Sure, dude. I'll change the information on my brokerage account now. I don't have anyone else to leave it to. Yes, minis. Same like mini bull flag. Interesting. I'm always curious to see what amount of money is enticing enough for people to give up their morals for. Fair. For me, it's the millions of dollars. Several. What happens to leaps when you get a divorce? It's a good question. I don't know. It's an asset, right? My leaps were worthless at the divorce. One takes part in ownership or it's sold. One party takes ownership or it's sold. Yeah, I think usually just sold off, right? For the most part. Pretend Carl. Like assets would be liquidated and divided up. Is that what everyone's doing buying BBBY leaps? Like they're just buying them for their divorce? Because they know their wife's going to be like, I don't want that pile of shit. And then it goes up and they get all their money back. But dearest my marriage to save myself from losing the kids. Asking for a friend. Have you thought about the prospect of not keeping them? That's pretty genius. I was gifted a membership. What do I do? Nothing. The standard concept of beauty has recently shifted to just being Persian men. Ah, jealous. Just roll your kids forward. Time to bring back child default swaps. Why do you need millions? Doesn't seem like you spend money in the first place. Yeah, but I like money, right? It's like collecting it to win. I'm playing the long game. Capitalism. Like I don't need the money. I don't really do anything of consequence with it. But I also want more. Does that make sense? Put calls on my kids, not financial advice. What happens to these gifted memberships in a divorce? Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, you just have to make your wife watch the channel until the membership expires. What are less risky ways to play OPEX besides just shares? You can do like bull put spreads that limits your upside, but protects your downside. Mm, you can sell like condors, like short iron condors. Those are probably not super fucking risky. Harder to exit though, and there's some risk of being assigned on the in the money put. Who appreciates money less? You or people addicted to crypto? I don't know. I mean, people addicted to crypto still need money to do things. Look, we're getting a bounce. This is so exciting. Is GME doing it? Hey, look, we're green. What a fantastic day of sideways chop. Okay, this tea has a shitload of caffeine in it because I'm feeling a bit, woo, let's fucking go. Maybe I just burned out all my excitement this morning when my puts were up. Yeah, Iron Condor with Nicolas Cage. Can August 19, 180, 200 calls see 4 to 5x conservatively on an OPEX run? Yeah. 3 to 5, but, you know, be careful with your risk management. Lord of Ivy, please doth crush thy contracts, so I may loadeth ye boat. I don't know. Breakout failed on the SPY. This will either drop off or catch in this low range again. So this could consolidate more, right? But it could also just fail the support. And if it fails the support, it looks like it's going to go back down. I think if we can get a bounce a little higher, so like a higher, let me zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. If we get a bounce here and get like a higher low, see how where these are. So when we get that higher low into a bounce, it's kind of bullish. Which it looks like we're getting. We'll see though. Yeah, well, there it is. I don't need to talk about it. I think we can still fail here though. Yeah. So this is the really important test for the breakout. So we've broken out. Volume has come in a little bit. But if we don't break here, then it's fucking worthless. How many SPY puts did you have? 35 or something. And then I had SPX puts too. I think it was 35. Yeah, 30. How many did I have on WeBull? I don't remember how many I had on WeBull. I had 30 on IBKR. Can you explain an iron condor and clip it? No, because I never want anybody to try that. Nor do I want to answer their questions once they've entered the position. I think I had 5, right? I had 5 on WeBull. Can I check my fucking order history? The spy puts were 0 DTE. I had some from like last week too that were 390s. Those I'm still holding. So the longer short play on the SPY, I'm still in. Like I'm still in Amazon. I'm still in like the longer play on SPX. I'm still in the longer play on SPY at the higher level. Like the 0 DTE one was just one I decided to do at market open. If you had 2 milli to invest to just write cover calls, how would you locate long positions, SPY or other stuff? I don't know if I'd buy the SPY right now. I don't know if I'd like do buy rights in a downtrending market, right? Right, this might be our next chance at breaking out. Maybe not. IBAKR 272,000 shares from 7 lenders at 36.58%. Fee equals 350 a share by Friday. I mean, no. I do like that the borrow rate's going up. That's important. That's very good for our thesis. Very, very good. Especially since it's gone up so much today. Right? If we're looking at a, you know, rate of growth compared to the previous cycles of increased borrow rate, right? We went from 0.75 up to 25%. And then we went from 5% up to like 100%. So if we're going from like 29% up, you know, and we have like a 4x increase at the top, we could see the borrow rate hit 400% potentially. That'd be fucking lit, right? Liddy? I don't know. I think I'm using that word correctly. I wouldn't take financial advice from Gaff or JFresh. Yeah, I'm kind of drawing them just to show you guys what I'm looking at more than I am drawing them for myself. No cap, that would be bussin' for sure. For real? FR. Got him old. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get that drip. Where's the sell pressure on the SPY? I mean, the SPY's not really going up a lot compared to its overnight drop, right? Like, fucking started up here. It's recovering a bit, but still just shit. I like the volume on this breakout. It's nice. Should I fucking options would update without having to refresh. Say more things that make me tingle inside. Water? I'm drinking my crazy tea. Wait. I did the wrong eye. Is this a dead cat bounce on the SPY? No. Dead cats don't bounce. What's happening, Jimmy? It's probably rising up with active fund pressure, same as the SPY. Except the difference is Jimmy didn't really drop overnight, right? Like it did, but very little. It just tested like 126 and then fucking bounced again here, held 126 and uptrended into this breakout. That's why I sold my puts. Where's Jimmy IV30 at? It was at 105 this morning. I have no fucking clue what it's at now. Fucking overly bearish JFresh. Tell him to break his horns out and take off that silly costume. We're doing OPEC shit. If you throw a dead cat at a trampoline, it will bounce. Yeah, but that's not really the cat. That's... If I shoot a dead cat out of a cannon, it's gonna fly, you know, but... Also, I don't like thinking about dead cats. It makes me sad. I want to be able to get my options data. Jesus Christ. UVXY under 13, same as free money in this bear market. Could be decent in the coming week. Dude, Cruz showed the crazy tea bottle. I threw it in the trash. I'll buy another one. Or maybe I can Google it. See if I can find it on here. Hold on. The fuck is paste? God damn it. Been in a meeting for the past 40 minutes. Any development outside of active fund pressure? No, not really. Trying to upload this fucking like T image. Okay. It's this one. In the bottom right. Ah, that's white. Hold on. Damn motherfucker. This one. No, it's not the kids one. I don't know what it's got 3,000 milligrams of. Something. It's the big D one. Taurine, 3,000 milligrams. How far apart in time was the spike in IV on the SPY versus this run? I have no idea. I don't think that IV, like that, oh, when the VIX spiked a little? It was pretty minimal, right? It was like about 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago. Just about when it started moving up anyway. Or were we looking at this one? I think we were looking at this one. I don't know. I don't have this on the right time scale now. I think this was the spike. Like, so the VIX spiked at 1255. Yeah, and then I think this is where we started to move up. So I think that's where the IV went up. Yeah, GME just moving up on active fund pressure again. But I like that the bar rate's going up. Man, this is intense. That's 3x leverage Red Bull. That one is the hyper edition, so caffeine too, I guess. It's almost like everything you wanted to happen has happened. Well, I would prefer if GME was going down and the borrow rate was going up. Ideally, that would have been preferable, but I can live with this scenario too. Jesus Christ, my skin's like on fire. What point is your pending thesis if they just can't short it, take a front seat? I mean, does it look like they're shorting it? It's like I don't know. I don't know if I mean, I guess if we take a hard market downturn, like a real one that's realized over the period of a day or two, and we don't see the price move lower, yeah, I would assume that they have either they can no longer short it or they no longer want to short it. It's such a divergence from what we've seen over the last fucking year and a half, right? Let's go. Good short entry time too. Ooh. He probably has niacin, makes the skin flush. Interesting. Dan spiked your tea with the essence of VWAP. I don't even want to know what that is. Thanks, No Squire. I appreciate it, man. Crazy T, same like shirt off. Nice try. Hold up. Were you boofing 3,000 milligrams of taurine? I don't know, man, but Jesus Christ. I went from like 0 energy to just 5,000. I'm running harder than the spy right now. This guy wasn't lying when he called it fucking crazy T. I think institutions are playing as many 0 DTs as retail. Way more. Because they can hedge them, right? What low did we hit today while I was asleep? 125. I'm also calling bull trap. Is that T gonna get you banned from another classic American establishment? It's gonna get me banned from YouTube. 5,000 energies. Not gonna lie, you really know how to slow advertise. What's the name of the tea? I have no idea. I got it at H Mart. Can you read the price out loud for those of us in the shower? 386.56. Oh, you mean GameStop? 130.48. Your energy comes from misleading everyone. Shill with your YouTube monies. I'm big mad, so here's $3 more. Thanks, Koala Humper. Always appreciate your hate donations. I want you to know that I put all of the money you donate into an escrow account, and I use it to buy shorts on GME. Skin burning, that's the beginning of paralysis again. Just checking in that if I were still in agreement on those calls. What? Why are you trying to get me to die, turd? Is this what's gonna happen? You want me to change you to my next of kin on my brokerage account, and then you're gonna try to kill me? Are dilated pupils normal? Are my pupils dilated? They feel dilated. I feel extremely focused, but I'm not sure what to focus on. UVXY is a leveraged ETF, so it's a depreciating asset. There's a post on SS talking about OTC basket swap. Oh, that whole thing's fucking stupid. Dumb. Super big dumb. Did HMart have an old... It's just like a list of stocks that Citadel has like traded or made markets for. I heard drinking bleach can help with drug tests. I don't who drug tests me? Stare into the camera for trash. I don't think trash is here. My port is a leveraged basket, therefore it is a depreciating asset. Oh boy. Yeah, GameStop is just like I don't know how to explain how insane the illiquidity is getting, but we've become in the last few weeks like a 2.5x SPY ETF. But like I think we're outperforming SPXS or SP what's it called? Fucking the 3 bull one. I never use it, but God, I can't remember the name of that one. No company used to service the facility where HMart gets its meat from. Don't buy HMart meat. Oh, I don't. I just go there and buy weird teas. I had a pork chop, 2 pieces of chicken, mashed potatoes, stuffing, butternut squash, dinner roll, and a soup for $12 last night. Best deal ever? I guess so. Dan can. It's like a lot of, it seems like a lot of food. SPXL, that's it. Dude, it has a stupid fucking name. So this went up $1, right? This is 3x bull. So what's GameStop, like 6x bull? GameStop went from 128 to 131. It's just crazy. It's went up $3. You do the math. Yeah, this went up about 2. It's like 1.5 the SPY. I don't know why SPXL didn't move up as hard. Oh yeah, it's a percentage increase. That's right. Fuck. I gotta measure that on something else. Hold on. So GameStop went up 2.79%. And the SPY went up 0.56. So yeah, it's almost 3x. Descending HNS on GME. Ascending. I watch you most days, man, and this tea got you feeling some kind of way. It's pretty fucking intense right now. Isn't that like 5x? 60.79. It's more than 3. 4.6. I put a picture of the tea up on the stream earlier. I don't know if this is like a good thing though. Pretty sure if you draw a trend line from the trough to the peak, it'll give you a percent change as a tooltip mouse over. Does it? No. No. Coolly. First time doing pickles picks, Amazon and Baba still have room down, or was this morning all the juice to be squeezed? I think they have room down into the later part of the week. I'm holding the Amazon position still. I'll probably buy some more. As far as Baba goes, I don't know. Baba fucking tanked hard this morning. Baba might not have a lot more. It crashed right into the price, like final price target, like that second price target. So I don't know if Baba's gonna go down a lot more today. No, it doesn't, Grim 2. As you're dragging, it did? Oh, interesting. But how do you see that again after you place it? I hate WeBull's charting. I mean, it's just as bad as all the other brokers, but maybe it's a little better in some cases. Yeah, but if I take Benadryl, I'm gonna fall asleep on the stream. TSM earnings on the 14th. Big for AMD sympathy. Could be. I really don't know how good their quarter two earnings are gonna be. And moving into like the latter half of the year, I'm not bullish at all on them. Yeah, I mean that's what I use on TradingView. Like Webull charting 1,000% better than Fidelity. I mean, yeah, but worse than like an actual charting, like way worse than TradingView for like building charts or having like long-term charts. That's fine for like intraday trading and shit, and just but anything more than that, and it loses your fucking settings. It scales your support and resistances differently based on your time frames. TradingView shill confirmed. Yeah, SPY kind of double topped here. Didn't even come back to open. We'll see. The SPY is pretty resilient to the downside, so we'll see if it can hold these levels. It could try to push up a little higher, but still down 56 basis points on the day. So speaking of support resistance, what typically happens to them after a split? They split. Seriously, like they just split. Stocks become more tradable post split, right? So you assume that more support resistances will be built, like new ones, but the old ones are still there. Wait, did BlackRock buy TradingView? Not that I'm aware of. Low volume good for OPEX, or it doesn't matter? The rising borrow rate's good for OPEX. Better for RC to drop the marketplace announcement before that means that with XRT on threshold today, we are seeing utilization of GME shares in the lending pool, right? Quite a lot of it. That's very good news. So even though we didn't see the run Friday, after hours, we're still seeing the same effect. of XRT being put on threshold where they turn to the prime lending pools to get shares to short. That's very much in line with expectations, so that's very good. $36.6 CTB raw IBKR. Yeah, it's up almost 7% today from this morning. Let me check what it was at this morning. 1 second. Yeah, well, 5.1% from this morning. Still, that's a lot in one day. Five creation units of XRT shares were purchased right before that run. All right. Will the split your trend lines? Maybe on trading view. I don't know if it would on WeBull. Wasn't there a theory that they'll unlock more liquidity in XRT since the SEC audit is less intrusive, so they can abuse it more? Yes, they can, but they still need to borrow, like, shortable shares. They still need to borrow from outside, right? So they're not borrowing shorts from XRT anymore. So now they're turning to the lending pool with XRT on threshold. We saw the same divergence in January, right? Where XRT is thresholded here. The threshold process begins, right, on Jan 7. And then we see utilization of GameStop short shares climb massively, right? We still see XRT being used for creation. Like the XRT creation continues, and we still see it being used to short. But we also see the cost to borrow and the share utilization for GameStop shares go up massively. And right at that point, from like 0 all the way up to like 100%. And while I mean this isn't accurate at 100%, I don't think. It's notable. How will we see utilization climb if we've been 100% for 3 months? Like I said, I don't think that 100% is accurate, but we'll see the borrow rate go up, right? It's interesting too, like the borrow rate over these runs from 0.75 up to 25, and then right, and then it was from 5% up to 100%, and then we're moving up from like, well, roughly 30%. Right, and this is like 600% on the downside, 400% increase on the upside. It's very interesting that the rate of the bar rate increase is so consistent, both at the low and high. July 6th looked like it was OMM just closing out June OPEX GEX after SEA 15C3-3M exception. January 6th? July 6th? You mean the run up after the split announcement? I think that was just them closing the GEX that was open on the chain. I don't think there was any deferral on it, honestly. Like they had open exposure on the chain, which was gone by the next morning. And then they just let retail burn themselves out on one DTEs. No July 6th. Uh, I don't know. The following morning they were at like delta neutral, so I'm not sure if this is or isn't, but sure, it could be. You'll have to give me more detail on like Discord or something, Dunstan. So if I have a better idea of what you're lining up. What does SLD stand for? When I look it up, I only find SLD, supplemental liquidity deposits. He's talking about July 6th, not January 6th. I don't know if November OPEX ETF FTDs. Oh, fuck. Fell in that date range. So I think this was the November FTDs. It could have been December's. Yeah, December's this was like the December OPEX ETF FTD period was here at the beginning of Feb. That was when the ETF FTDs came due from like Feb like 2/1 through 2/16ish. Like this run up right here. This was the ETF FTDs. And then this was Feb OPEX. It may have rolled forward this from... Maybe from November 3rd? I'll have to look. It's hard to do that on WeBull. I'm sure I have the chart somewhere, but like in one of the DDs or something. They can shift forward obligations to the end of the quarter by internalizing using ETFs and then settle the variance swap forward agreement with the ETFs. Such cycle shows on XRT's exchange volume. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's largely what drives OPEC's price action, right? Except that's not that, like, Jan 6 isn't the end of the quarter. Or at least not the expiration period. What's up with Costco at 500? Ready to weather the recession or what? It's just been climbing. It was one of my pickles picks last week. It's been solid. I'm still long on it. I'm probably gonna hold it maybe through SLD. I've got some time, so I might just hang on for a bit. If it can hold like 480, I'll keep it. IBKR bar rate 36.5. Cool. Up into OPEC's not ideal. I don't know. I feel like things have changed. Like, it shouldn't be ideal, but... End of quarter 4 future cycle by redeeming a lot of XRT on 12/17. Let settlement market carry across into quarter 1. Then use the rule extension to close the redemption on 1/6. Interesting. And XRT shares outstanding for 1/6. Like, we know how much Delta was exercised, but did that all go to XRT or to various ETFs? Couldn't Jan 6-7 be feedback from the 11-3 run, allowing for Thanksgiving and Christmas? Maybe? I don't think so. It seems kind of too far out. This isn't the best time for me to do this because I don't have any data available, but I have like a bunch of shit open on my desktop already. Cohen DRS's shares, it will be endgame. Who keeps cramming Tootsie Roll? Can you please stop it? No. BBY bonds have reached April-May lows and bullish divergence on the daily. BBY bonds? Oh, they're corporate bonds? That's cool. What are those even? Aren't those just like junk bonds now? It's hard not to dump all my dry powder into CAT 199.16. I mean, that's kind of a high price point. Like that's in the upper like resistance range. And CAT's not that fucking cheap right now. It's like I mean, it's cheap, but it's not that cheap. It was at like 170 a couple days ago.
Do you think ETF FTDs from May OPEX will have positive price action on Wednesday? ETF FTDs from May OPEX are not due yet. They are due. They won't start coming due, I don't think, for a couple days. Individually, remember that overlap period, we don't really see a lot of price action. We don't see like a significant amount of price action from ETF FTDs until after the overlap period. We're getting close. I think. Shit. What was that supposed to be on? That was supposed to be on June 3rd. There we go. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Maybe Thursday. Yeah, I think Thursday will be more significant than Wednesday. Also, well, they're both kind of high. Tomorrow's probably not going to be very good. A little higher. We actually had pretty decent FTDs today. What kind of volume are we looking for when another run does arrive? 5 to 10 million a day. Yeah, I mean, without that volume, I wouldn't consider it like an OPEX settlement. We close above 130 today. Did we get shorted $13 like after hours on July 7th? We probably won't get shorted in after hours unless the market comes down hard. I don't really expect a lot of after hours price action this week, to be honest. Silver DP proportion similar to July 6 on Jan 6 on July 6. Same positioning in the new quarter right after the holiday deferral. And always an XRT as well. Internalized bullshit due for Q4. Delivered on 12/22. So I don't think they can internalize the order flow and then use SEA from the date they dump it. Dunkston. It doesn't bypass like the time in sale. The time so the sale's still like registered, right? Even if they internalize it. So I don't think they can like internalize and then use it the following week to grant an extension on it. Yeah, I agree that the ETF reconstitution still hasn't occurred. Delivering 12/1, delivering on 12/22, exercising puts on after hours on 1/6. Close the GME transaction, kicking the can forward to Q1 2022. I'm gonna have to look into if they can do that. That would be difficult. And then also, which extension do you think they're using to do this? 2.9 million shares redeemed of XRT 1216, 1220, or 350 mil, 492 million cash settlement on 1222. What happens if they fail the audit? The fund would be forced to buy in. Are so many JPEG NFTs getting hyped for the marketplace launch when we all agree they're worthless garbage? That's a good question. Because I think initially that's kind of what the marketplace is going to do, right? It's going to take years to develop something on on the backbone of LRC. So they need something. They're pushing something out, but I don't think it's the product they ultimately want to get behind, right? Does that make sense? Like they're getting something out there, but I think that they're building a bigger project behind the scenes, which will take quite some time. But you know, investors are impatient and they need capital. Doesn't that make it a liability and not an asset? Sure. It's a liability providing that the underlying doesn't change price. So if you hold it only through a like it cycles between depreciating and appreciating, right? As it tracks the movement of the volatility index. So no. Isn't he the guy who wrote like Rich Dad, Poor Dad? I'm not a big fan of that. Bullish bearish or a CFO termination? We don't have enough information, right? What are your thoughts on NVIDIA leaps? I wouldn't. Like I said, I don't think the chip manufacturers are going to have very good Q3s or Q4s. Actually, I think most manufacturers are going to have a pretty bad end of year. Like second half of 2022 does not look promising for many of them. Could they be writing puts to themselves? That's possible. The only issue I have with that is I don't think that they can internalize a trade and then have an extension granted on it the following week. Like the order print is already in on the day it occurred, whether they internalize or not. So it'd be very hard to, you know, get a holiday deferral on a trade that occurred the previous week. The reason I think that it's applicable for the OPEC settlements is because the settlement day for the trade is the following. I mean, the settlement, the due date, right? Not the because the trade date's not really relevant when dealing with the ETF rebalancing, right? Because the trade occurred so long ago and was packed up into other derivatives. But the settlement period is being deferred, not the trade period. Who does it say SSGA isn't writing the put to the ETF to manage their NAB? So SSGA had long puts they exercised to balance XRT, then open new future forwards to rectify the trade at the end of the quarter. That's possible. But, I mean... I don't know. I'm gonna have to go over this in more detail, but I have some problems just assuming that they can get this every time because, you know, references to it seem to be that it's pretty difficult to get these extensions. They're not just granted willy-nilly all over the market. Like it's like I can see a case being made for the extension on OPEC settlement with the bank holiday. But just holiday deferments for anything they want, it doesn't seem that common. I'm not saying it doesn't line up from the settlement week of December OPEX and the futures expiry, it does. But I don't think the exposure was that big in December. Like I think a lot of that was just realized on January 26th. Oh, I think it's just simpler than that. I just think December was moved to Jan and like realized in January, and Feb was moved to March. I think the overexposure is coming from the lack of liquidity. Those are transactions with ETF creation. Yeah, that I kind of agree with. I think they shorted the shit out of us from Freg's Day through December into early January. And then I think they spent the period from like Jan 6th on kind of buying back that short exposure. So I think a lot of the FTDs we realized in February, the lack of the February OPEX allowed them to really clear, and our volume went up dramatically, right? So I think they were clearing out a lot and covering a lot of that short position through that time period at that much lower price, right? Like they got us stabilized around like $100, and then we stayed there through Jan, Feb into March in that like 80 to 110, 120 price range. while they covered the big short that occurred between November and December. Just grinding out the fucking CNS every day and covering shorts. And we also saw a large number of shares to borrow returned during that period as well, right? To explain how we skipped December, ran in March. Yeah. I mean, we didn't really expect like an OPEX in December, right? We just knew that their obligations were compounding, and they didn't compound at the rate we expected, but now we see them compounding. So it was a much slower burn than anticipated, right? We assumed back in November that they were gonna, that they were already starting to compound positions at a rate which was unsustainable, and we were wrong. We didn't really see that compounding begin until March. And once we hit March, now we start to see, like, especially with the borrow rate and the low ETF liquidity, we really see the, like, so, we assumed that we would see some increase over December and January and December, into Feb, right, where the OPEX would be the kind of the release valve. But then we saw OPEX rolled forward into March. But I think the effect of rolling that forward has meant that now we see obligations compounding at a dramatically exponential rate compared to what we would have expected back in December and January. Like, we see FTDs on GME going up. We see lower liquidity in XRT. We see this XRT like reg share shuffling, and we're seeing the cost to borrow rise dramatically in each and every OPEX cycle. Like 400% increase in the cost to borrow across the top end, 600% increase on the bottom end. I mean, it would imply that the position that they need to borrow against is continuously the exact same size. Like, if our borrow rate on this OPEX cycle peaks at 400%, right? That means that the position that they're borrowing shares against is exactly the same size every time, or infers that it is, which would imply, hedging of some sort of total return swap with ETFs. And then when the ETF is unavailable, they have to turn to the lending pool. So I think we were kind of right back in November, but it took longer to play out than we thought. And now they're knee deep in this liquidity crunch, and they can barely short against active funds intraday, right? And they've got all these fucking other entities piling into these ETFs that they've had free reign over for the last year in the bull market. Now in the bear market, it's getting really crowded. And I think that's fucking up their liquidity a lot too. If they needed liquidity so much, why don't they just buy the stock? Wow, dude. This is the free market, all right? Get the fuck out of here with that talk. All right, if there's liquidity, you can find it someplace else besides the stock. You still expect downs before OPEX, or did you see us drifting upwards for the rest of the week? I think if we get a strong downward market trend, they will take advantage of it. I think unless we do, though, I don't know how much power they have to short into these active funds. I mean, look, just price stabilization today has driven the borrow rate up 5% since this morning. What's up, Dork? Can't stop, won't stop going up. I think the ETFs are getting tapped liquidity. during these big runs on VUPs. I mean, they've got to slow down the momentum somehow, right, Dork? Cost of frag. 50's high right into CPI. It's not going to be bad. I mean, the SPY is down 56 basis or 89 basis points right now. Like, CPI is not going to be good. I could see us rising on the inflation increase and then just falling off a cliff with SLD coming in. The rate of inflation is not going to turn around yet, I don't think. Whereas post-March XRTs now have peaked on April T plus 6, 789 million, May 613 million. Is there see the NAV peak 545 million on 624? Interesting. Yeah, I think they had to blow off a little steam in May. I think that's why we got that like little fake OPEX run that wasn't hedged. Right? Like they had no entropy hedge, nothing. They just like blew off some steam. And I think they had to get some liquidity back into XRT, and I think they had to get it off threshold. Right? Like it seemed like the May OPEX run was kind of like a desperate bid to get XRT off threshold so the XRT would be free and clear going into the futures expiry on 617. Where it was immediately placed back on threshold again, right? So they're definitely using XRT to like pack up some of these fucking like obligations, right? And that gives them an extra 13 days. Maybe that's where you're seeing that 14-day that 14-day extension is really like the 13-day threshold deferral. Because remember, those are netted out in sequence on a rolling basis. Please tell me you're taking your shirt off next week. I don't know, Walford. I missed a Ko-Fi. Sorry. Kind of knee deep in this conversation. What do we got? Late to stream today. Do you mind giving a quick sum up? Looks like the borrow rate is rising via very low volume. We have not seen an active short. I think we saw an active short this morning when the SPY dropped. But yeah, we don't see them shorting into active fund pressure. Active fund pressure is starting to be like a real problem for them. And we know we have elevated FTDs, so it's a little more sensitive to the active fund pressure right now than it would normally be, because right now we're in the period of like market maker FTDs from May OPEX, and we're about to hit the ETF FTDs from May OPEX. So there's some pressure there on CNIS, right? And then, you know, with the market maker pressure on top of that, that's a thing, right? So it's looking good. I really like that the borrow rate is rising. Like I'm very happy to see the borrow rate rise going into this week, especially with, you know, XRT beginning the threshold process today, and that immediate effect of XRT beginning thresholding as of this morning, and GME's borrow rate immediately increasing today, especially on such low volume, and the amount it's increased so far is bullish as fuck. T plus 13 can be a thing, but these anomalies leading to GME staying flat seem to only occur when there's a fin or holiday extension in the settlement window. If that's the case, why is the NAV getting shaved off with each quarter and not being flagged by the SEC? I don't think the SEC gives a shit, frankly. The SEC has been well aware of the issues with the XRT since 2011. They just don't care, right? So they need to, liquidity needs to be provided to the market somewhere for the market to remain efficient, right? And that's, you know, that's one of their goals is to create efficiency. So if they see a route for efficiency, like liquidity to be provided, I think they're hesitant to shut it down because you know, the aftershocks of that could be catastrophic, right? Are ETFs actually just an effective cash faucet? Ugh. Well, no, because like the value is being robbed from the index, right? It's kind of like a deflationary effect against over speculation. Like, you know, during periods of over speculation, the value is going to increase regardless of how much they use it for liquidity, right? Like the bull run over the last year. And then, you know, it helps bleed off these bubbles as you move into a bear market, right? By taking money from, you know, the shareholders and from the index itself. I mean, that's where the money comes from, right? If you were a lender, what would you set GME borrow rate at? I don't know, like the same as everyone else, maybe a little cheaper, so my shares get borrowed first. Price discovery is not really like something they care about, right? They care about growth and value, but you know, our economy it's capitalism, right? So you need these boom bust cycles because infinite growth isn't possible. Yeah, Derek. Or just clear shit in CNS. I mean, yeah. CNS is the catch-all for every fuck up, right? It's just a constant stream of net settling. Never stops, runs day and night. It is near perfect in its efficiency. Are you streaming the James Webb Telescope picture reveal at 5 p.m. today? No, but I'll check it out. Well, that's the last place they want to turn for liquidity, right? Like they get a lot of liquidity out of OPEX events, but I think the last few OPEX events, they've gotten less and less and less liquidity, right? And so, you know, it's, obviously that's the least desirable way to get it by running the price of the stock up. You want to get liquidity any other way before you turn to that. And then when you do turn to that, you want to make sure that your loss on that run is hedged, right? I say no CNS and let it all hit the tape. Everything could blow up. Do you have a time cutoff or you won't ever enter into zero DTEs? I usually won't play them after like the morning trading window. Sometimes I'll play them later into the day, but it's really rare to get like significant price movement later in the day on like SPY or something like that. Which is the only place you'd have 0 DTs today. But yeah, on Fridays usually I only play them in like the morning. If there's an opportunity, I might move in and out of one, but it's rarer. Do you see CNIS as an inherently bad thing because of the way it's abused with FTDs? It depends on which side of the market you're on, right? Uh, like sure, we think it's a bad thing because of the way it's abused with FTDs, right? But for them, it's the perfect solution to a market with an abundance of FTDs. You know, in a market where most things traded are probably synthetic, it presents the perfect solution. So, you know, it really depends on how you're approaching that. Yeah, as a retail investor, it's not great. Looks like we won't be going down below this range before OPEX. Thoughts? I think if we hit a steady decline in the market, we will move lower. I like that you're assuming our price action for the entire week based off of Monday's price movement, but you know, we're only up 1% today. We're still relatively flat compared with close Friday. If the market downturns and downturns hard, I think we'll absolutely move with it. I think they will expend short volume to ensure that we outperform, right? Are we sure the same firms aren't playing both sides of the cycle? No, I absolutely think they are. I mean, that's essentially what they do. They don't really play the upside, they just protect from the upside, right? So they have exposure all the way down, right? And then they're hedged for the upside move. And then they're unhedged at the top where they then have exposure all the way down again. So, you know, exposure, hedged, exposure. If they weren't playing both sides, there wouldn't be a cycle. Yeah. Well, he was a retail investor chasing a short squeeze. Yeah. Otherwise, CNS facilitates the greatest capital market in the world. Largest. I don't know if it's the greatest. What do you think about our best day for a dip this week? Wednesday, Thursday. Try to plan out my OPEX buy-in. Yeah, hopefully we see some downside in the market, like the broader market. I think we really need to see we're 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 so reliant on active fund pressure to the downside to see any cheaper prices. Borrow rate increase is simply not enough shares to borrow when they need them. Are you playing puts this week? I played some earlier today. I might play them intermittently, but I'm not holding them through this week. If that makes sense. Like if I see a discrepancy and something's gonna drop. Like this morning's run was I didn't think was sustainable, so I bought puts at the top of it. But yeah, I think if we like holding them through the week would be very risky. Were you crowdsourced breaking news by starting the stream? How did you keep on top of things like that to adapt your plays? I had news feeds and shit. I just don't keep them up during the stream because generally the stream's just as fast. You can get like Bloomberg's news feed, I think, for pretty cheap monthly. There's a few other ones. Some are better. The puts on Bobby for last Friday expire out of the money. I believe so. The ones that were like the five, like there weren't that many for last Friday. The big put walls this Friday. Tyler Fisher, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Sorry, just tuning in.
Yeah,
What's
we
the
might have a
outlook
chance, but we ain't
for?
got ropes. Give us more than a
what?
chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance,
This
cause we
week?
holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
I literally rewinded me 5 minutes of the stream and answered that question today.
Weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind.
I think if we see a big downtrend in the market, we'll get some lower prices. Otherwise, we won't. Bar rates rising, so that's good. Loud noise. Sorry. I think I have this still turned up from the Jay Fresh interview. Apologies. All your base are belong to us. You think the shorts are still trapped? Weren't the original shorts opened when the stock was trading at less than $10 before the sneeze? Am I misunderstanding how that works? I think you're misunderstanding their ability to average up that short position over time. This is like time was never our friend, right? Because, you know, after a couple of these cycles, it's very easy to move that, you know, $10 short position up to, you know, an $80 short position and a $160 short position. And then suddenly it's, you know, very easy to clear out that short position at like 130, 120. And offset those losses. I mean, to assume that any fund would carry that kind of risk for an extended period of time without it being profitable is kind of absurd. No prime would, right? Primes would close that shit down. They just buy it. They don't care if it short squeezes. Do you think putting CCs after the split will be more or less profitable? Well, usually spreads tighten up, so that sucks, but volatility increases. So slightly higher volatility could mean better profits on covered calls post split. Also more leverage, right? So you'll be able to sell more contracts, so more exposure to percent gains, and not just so reliant on notional, like the notional value. I think selling covered calls will be a very good income strategy post split. I'm excited. They don't need shares for sale to close. Lenders don't check, man. So when you return a share to a lender, they're not like, is this a real share? They just accept it. Like they don't give a fuck. There's no, you know, serialization, right? So shares are not unique as they are traded in the market. Conservative weekly income on 15 CCs post split. I mean, divide it by, you know, what you're making now by 4. I mean, it'll be slightly better, maybe like 10% better post split. But like if you sold like a 0.25 delta today, you'd make $200 off 100 shares. So you'd make 50 off 400 post split, right? But you can compound that, right? Because then you can use that to buy more shares. What's the earliest date you'll consider selling GME CCs again? Probably not till August. Unless we get, like, if we get, like, a full-on OPEX run, I'll sell some at the top of the run, but otherwise, nothing till August. What's your record profit in 1 week with GME cover calls? March. What were those trading at? It was like I think it was like 2.6 a contract for, it was like 20 something DTE in the money. Are you planning on selling the same percentage? Yeah, probably. Until I've determined that, like, upside volatility is no longer a risk, yeah, I'll continue to sell, like, the same percentage. $60-$80 calls is a very bull move. I don't think he spent very much money on them, and I think he used them as a negotiation tool more than anything else. I think people assumed that he bought those calls because he thought they were going to print. I don't think that's the case. What's up with today's price action? Just tracking the fucking SPY at 6x, apparently. Juno picks in August now? No. But we do expect, a kick of split obligations out into the next OPEX after the split. So whatever over lending risk is packed up, I'd expect to realize that like in September, not August. What percentage of shares do you think is reasonable to use for covered calls? I mean, that really depends on your position. If I had a smaller position, I'd probably sell all of it as covered calls. I wouldn't be so risk averse. Just because shares are being returned to IBKR doesn't mean they're not being borrowed somewhere else. I thought shares have CUSIP numbers. Yeah, but no one gives a shit about them. There's no serialization, right? So they're not checking to ensure the validity of a share. A share created is a share. They don't care. If you return a lender 10,000 shares, they're not asking where you got them from. They're just closing your short sale agreement. I've said that for fucking almost a year now. All shares are real. There's no such thing as like as far as like lenders and debtors are concerned, they're all real shares. They don't give a shit. There could be 600 million of them, 700 million of them. No one cares. No one cares. Because that's someone else's problem, right? And then the person whose problem that is, they don't care either. Wait, you mean to tell me they don't check to see if those gold ingots I delivered are real or painted with gold? With gold rattle can? I'm shocked, I tell you. Yeah. JFR is stating that all the shares in IBKR are borrowed. What, the ones returned are borrowed? Or they were already borrowed? So basically, if you sell 20 DT cover calls, you can't sell CCs on those same shares until you buy them back or they expire in 20 days. Yes. So it's not really daily or weekly income, but 20-day income. It depends on how far you sell them out. You can sell them a week out. I mean, the income's immediate. You receive the credit on the sold calls immediately. But it's up to you how long of a time frame you want to sell them for, right? You can sell them weekly. It could be weekly income. You know, if you have SPY shares, you can sell dailies. So the assumption of a share is that either CNS or FTD process will clear up any issues that arise with said share. No, I mean, yeah, the assumption is that the share is real. Always. But they don't, there's no like checking, right? You know, a locate should have already occurred. Like the system is built to ensure that, you know, the share they receive is real, whether it's real or not. Is there a possibility GME will no longer be a valid play for volatility swaps to the big players? I mean, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to step away because A, the OCC is splitting the chain and not creating two chains like they should have, which means that they want to leave those volatility hedges in place, right? Or they are leaving those volatility hedges in place. And then statistically and historically, IV increases post split. So I would say that, you know, that it would even be a more ripe environment for volatility plays after the split, unless people sell, right? If people sell and liquidity starts to return, that makes the volatility plays much less attractive. 250k IBKR had are now gone. Yeah, I didn't think that would take long. If all the shares are exact same, then what does any of the stock stuff matter? You can just hope to be on the same side of the as the market makers. Well, they're neutral. I mean, you can be a market maker. You can make markets to a degree. Probably won't effectively do it, but you can do it. Pretty hard to stay neutral as a retail investor. So if you get assigned on a CC, they pay you for the shares. However, you lose those, and if you buy back in, you lose your long-term tax incentives. Yes. So obviously, if you want to retain your long-term tax incentives, you do not want to be assigned on your covered calls, right? So you want to sell covered calls that are less likely to be assigned, or you want to buy them back before they're assigned. So you know, a good way to handle that is to ensure that if it moves against you, you're either hedged, or you know you have some way of buying those calls back so they don't, your shares don't get called away. It's pretty effective. I mean, even most people in here have effectively sold covered calls without being assigned for quite some time now. Some have gotten assigned, but fewer, far fewer than have just made money by, you know, selling at safe deltas and staying away from, you know, gamma max and stuff like that. So if BBBY 5X's, and also you'll be able to sell CSPs, right? CSPs will become far more attractive on GameStop because the price will be so much cheaper. Whereas right now, CSPs they're expensive even for me. I mostly just sell naked puts when I sell them because the cost of cash collateral for CSPs is so like just insane. Alternatively, crew enough losses or it doesn't matter. What if PyFi and JFresh and Muma have been the GME options market makers this whole time? MMs are neutral the same way bookies are neutral. Yeah. they're still supposed to be neutral, right? Whether they are or they're not, that's up for debate. But they're supposed to be neutral. It is safest for them to be neutral. Do market makers take risk? Yes. Yeah, we can't all agree to anything, Super Dan. I don't take kindly to you suggesting that we all agree to any one strategy or anything like that. We're all independent investors making our own decisions. Retail thinks they have the short hedge fund trap, so we don't sell. Ironically, it's our holding that makes GME so attractive to short hedge funds. Is that about right? Yeah. Well, volatility funds. Are you holding the Amazon puts overnight? Yeah, they're back up though, and I kind of missed my opportunity to average down. Oh well. We'll see. Maybe I'll get another one tomorrow. They're for July 22nd, so they're not they don't even they're not like weeklies. They're for next week. I bought them more for like the like SLD drop off than really like just the shit that was happening last night. I think Amazon's kind of, well, for now, I think into OPEX. So I wanted a little theta protection. I'll probably close them by the end of this week. But you see, I bought like that extra week of theta. Well, it's not that they're neutral nonprofit, right? They're supposed to be neutral and making money off of arbitrage. So their profit is the arbitrage. Obviously we know they don't act in that manner 100% of the time. Some market makers do. Some market makers are truly neutral in some, well, in some of the markets they make, they remain truly neutral, and simply profit off of arbitrage. But in other markets that they're making, you know, that there's more opportunities, there's more risk that they can take, and in those markets, yes, their volatility is higher. Less than 3 minutes till CNS. Yeah, 2. We're almost there. 1 more minute. Does Prime Days this week mean anything for Amazon? I mean, it means they're getting rid of their fucking bloated inventory. That's why there's 2 Prime Days this year, right? We've talked about this a bunch. All the retailers have way too much fucking inventory on hand. Shit's gonna be cheap this year when it goes on sale, especially if inflation starts to come down into the latter half of this year. Like I've told everybody a few times, if you have like big purchases you want to make, TVs, electronics, computers, I would wait until the like Black Friday later this year. It's going to be the pricing and sales are going to be very attractive. Cars, I mean, you're already fucked on the interest rate there, so I'm on BBY is being neutral by holding that negative delta for the entity that placed that put wall, or is there something else happening there? I mean, the MM is not neutral there, right? The MM is pricing puts greater than calls because they do not see an advantage to the upside. So that's definitely a case of where the MM is absolutely not neutral, right? That's but think like if that same MM is making markets on the SPY, they're probably very neutral there. But on BBBY, a $300 million market cap company, they're willing to take a lot more risk. Now, can that risk bite them in the ass? Absolutely. You see Jimmy edging up in after hours? No. Probably just flat or directionally with the market. If I buy weeklies next week, say on the 19th, would it still split properly on the 22nd? What if I buy it on the 21st? Yeah, it should still split properly on the 22nd. Everything until opening bell on the 22nd. We'll split. I'm not sure about, well, pre-market, I guess, not opening bell. Everything bought before pre-market on the 22nd. Because I'm pretty sure it's in effect in pre-market. Black Friday for housing market, when? Couple years. Well, maybe not that long. Year and a half. Rents will be up, though. So that's shitty. The difference with the stock market is that we're betting on companies, the economy, and people's lives. Well, no, because there's positional imbalance and things that it doesn't have to be a bet. It's just a calculated risk, right? It's still different than a casino where the odds are, you know, basically just slightly in the casino's favor. There are moments in time in the market where the odds are much greater in the favor of your position than they are into the for the opposing position, right? So it's not exactly like a casino would be. There are similarities though. How do all the crazy split scenario questions even get thought up? Are people just trying to, like, I don't know, devil's advocate themselves or their own theses or other people's and seeking answers in something they don't understand? That's pretty common for people to kind of get way off base when that happens. I think if you want a condo townhouse, there's more arm loans there than people realize. Yeah, I think the rate of the number of adjustable rate mortgages in condos and townhouses is higher. The total number of adjustable rate mortgages is still way low compared to 2008. But don't worry, there's a risk in other lending instruments. Like corporate loans, there's a ton of risk in corporate bonds. There's risk in the auto loan industry. Real talk, I got a notice from my electric provider today that they want to increase my bill by 27%. I told them to get bent and switch providers. What if your new provider raises it by 27%? Yeah, in the options market, you can always take positions that are in your favor, delta risk, but you can never take that position in a casino. Yeah. You can't go into a casino and bet on how much time someone will spend at a table, right? Like you can't, like there's a lot of like risk-free options positions if you know what you're doing. They're not super profitable, but they're still profitable. The lack of zoom is ruining our CNS shutoff rip. We kind of climbed up here with CNS a little bit. Not a lot. It wasn't like explosive today, but you play any instruments? I used to when I was younger. I probably can't anymore. RSS cannot last forever. Inevitably, it will die at some point. Any theories as to when or why that will be? Probably the next GameStop share offering, if one occurs. Once they realize that the company will release liquidity ahead of their ability to lock up the float, that'll probably destroy. I don't even know. It's hard to say. Confirmation bias is strong. as is the sunk cost fallacy. So it's hard to predict how large swaths of people will act in that circumstance. They fucking held through the June share offering. I know a lot of people didn't. Does that make Carl a pit boss? Interesting. I'll be picking up August 19 calls for OPEX, holding until T+2 after the split, July 26. How do you typically break down what percent of your capital to allocate to each strike? I generally allocate more capital near the money, a larger percentage, and then the further out I get, the riskier the play gets, right? The less money I allocate. Let's start a band. No, I played violin. Piano. A little bit. 2 years or something. Professional skin flute. Yeah. Is any part of the economy not a poverty exploit? I mean, someone's always getting fucked, right? Will I ever stop making ultra high risk plays? Yeah, eventually you'll be broke. You won't be able to make them anymore. Skin flute does not count. I know. I'm scalping SPX options. Thank you for your guidance since Jimmy is boring today. Yeah, it's a lot more fun, but it requires like too much concentration generally from like I have some. I have some 390 or 389 fives. And I have SPY 390s that I'm holding for the end of this week. I don't really want to play any more 0DTs on the SPY today. I don't like we're moving down, but I don't really trust it. I think I can find support kind of at the same levels we found this morning. What's interesting is look at GameStop. You know, earlier on the same dip, we were down significantly more than we are now. $4. And even though the SPY's almost back at the same level, we're not falling with it, which is fucking weird. Are we seeing like a JFresh? Are we seeing like a increased number of call buying? Or are they just trying to dump internalization into the buy pressure or sell pressure? I guess we'll see if Dix drops tonight, but let me see. Yeah, it looks kind of bullish after 130. It's dying off a little now, but it's still positive delta is pretty strong. Why are so many people betting on the fucking 15th? Jesus Christ. It's fucking stupid. Crazy T is worn off? No, I don't think so. Ubisoft for calling a game on Steam from people who already owned it. But I think that's because they're like no longer supporting the servers, right? My guess, dumping internalization. Yeah, it's been pretty elevated. I figured they'd want to shed some. I'm not seeing like a lot of strength in I'm not seeing a lot of strength in the calls, so any advice for paper trading, reading through the option strat book? I think it's a bit overwhelming to try to just approach it as like I'm going to sit down and read this entire thing, right? I think as you're paper trading, use it as a reference, right? And then as you want to explore more topics, then find that topic that you want to learn more about and kind of dive into that, right? But to just sit down and read the entire fucking thing, unless you have like a photographic memory or something, it's going to be a bit of a slog. It's pretty fucking boring. Any advice for paper trading? What if they end up being right on the 15th? How right though? Like on the 15th, the day of expiration? It's risky. I don't know. I don't like it. Theta's always better. They sell off and they dump the chain, and the market maker never hedges their fucking calls. Like, it's the same shit retail's been doing over and over and over again since last year. You think we'll see the dick smacking down hard with no mercy tonight? I think we'll see it dip a little, like it may not be as excited as it was Friday close. With price action, it's pretty obvious. Any movement on BBY, put wall for Friday. No. Why would they move it now? I mean, it's clearly in place of their fucking shareholders meeting that's on Thursday, right? For sure overwhelming. 250 pages in, just got to the put section. I'd like to get through the put section before grinding it out, but I'm starting to get some wrinkles. Yeah, it's a very dense read, right? So like it is I do feel that it's better to approach it as reference material. And then as you get more interested into more and more complex mechanics, then you can explore more deeply, and then the information is available. Baba's looking good for a bounce, because I kind of think it looks like shit. I shorted the fuck out of this today, right? Oh fuck, I was supposed to send someone the pickle shit. Ah, whatever. Betting OPEX does look like it's going to happen. Are we crazy to have 80% of our capital in options with the intent to buy more shares post OPEX? I mean, if the stock price goes up, you'll be buying shares at more money, but you have way more leverage with options. It's up to you, it's all about your investment strategy, and you need to kind of decide on that on your own, because I don't know fuck all about your financial situation, right? Nor do I want to. Like, I can't dedicate any kind of focus to any individual financial situation. I have like 70, 80 people that DM me a day about their fucking options positions, and it's just like, we kind of discussed this on the members, or just the weekend stream yesterday. Like, there's there's just no way I can give you better advice than you can give yourself on your position, right? I can teach you the things you need to know to manage your own position. Do you have any thoughts on the document regarding the firing of the CFO and how that ties to RC changing this? Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn it, dork. What time's the BBBY shareholders meeting? I'll stream it if it's like during market hours or whatever. Why can't people manage their own positions? If we can figure out the mechanics of how the short position is managing their short on GME, then this becomes easy to time and profit off of. Yeah. I think every step we get a little bit closer to nailing it down, but I also feel like there are a bunch of slippery fucks, and you know, the closer we get, sometimes the further they move away. You underestimate how bad I can manage my own position. What number of people do you think are gas stations scratcher level in here? Just the Dans? I mean, the Dans are more like the machine that you put a quarter in and you try to like you spin the little thing and like a ball comes out and you don't know if you're gonna get like the cool toy or not. Like I feel like the scratch off level is a little more refined. Is 360 cost basis very good for August 19, 200 calls for OPEX? 360, it's not bad. They're 408 right now though. Oh, is a 3? Yeah, the 360 cost basis is solid on those. I think that's near their low. Why am I still looking at fucking Baba? I don't care about that stock. I think it's just gonna fucking Baba's probably just gonna gap down again with more bad news. Maybe not. I don't know. I have to watch the market tonight. Fucking stay up all night watching Hang Seng and Shenzhen. Tans are crotch offs. Keep trying to lie. Try and convince me your beard and sideburn lines weren't trimmed to mimic the chart next week. No. That's crazy. Amazon about to rip. Developing cancer vaccines. It's priced in. I wonder when I'm going to get a good entry on my Google calls. You think the market's just waiting for CPI data? A little bit, yeah. I love those machines. I also love the ones where you put a quarter in and watch it slowly rotate down into the hole. It's also my investment strategy. Just watching your investments circle the drain. Hey Gurk, my screen's not big enough. Can you get rid of that ad above the chat box? That's not an ad, it's a link to the daily DD. That way I can see the stream and chat versus having to scroll up and down to comment. No. Get a bigger screen. I'm not gonna change the format of the stream because you have a small screen. God damn it. Oh, I have no idea how to get rid of that. I didn't put it there. YouTube put it there. You think I'm just over here manually placing ads in the chat box? Texas Power Grid asking users to reduce consumption. It's because it's hot as fuck. You can dismiss the message. An ad came up on the stream, and after both went away. You're a magician. I did absolutely nothing. Reminds me of the copy pasta asking the chat to slow down because his laptop burns his legs. It would actually be awesome though if you could just place random ads anywhere you want. Oh, this whole thing would be just covered like a fucking NASCAR. I'll let you know, Woodlorf. Dear Greg, the Russian Federation is literally burning fields of wheat and trucking bushels out of the Ukraine, but the price is going down. Explain like I'm 5. P.S. I believe I've obtained some of your powers through osmosis. Thanks. Wheat is not a short play. You gotta wait. Wait for it to play out. It may not work, right? But, I mean, it's pretty obvious that there's gonna be issues. I think once they start to see the spring harvest coming in the US and we start to see international buyers pricing higher in order to get supply, then domestic supply will be attracted to the increased rates outside of the US, and that will cause speculation, which will drive the price up. I still think wheat and corn, maybe not soy so much, but wheat and corn are probably very good bets over the next 6 months to a year. Why would any brokers still be offering shares to loan less than a week before the ex-divvy date when they don't give a shit? Bento Santoyo. They don't give a flying fuck. They will loan out every single share they have. You know why? Because if the day ever comes where they want to recall them, they're definitely gonna be able to sell them at a higher price. That's the power that big, long buy and hold investment banks have, right? Is they'll loan everything out. They'll loan out shares they don't even fucking have. Because when they recall them, the price of the underlying asset is going to increase in value, right? So the more you want to short it, even better. That's how confident they are in their long positions. And that's the risk a short seller takes on when entering a share lending agreement, right? Is that at any point in time, the lender can recall those shares, regardless of how advantageous or disadvantageous it is for the short hedge fund on the other side of the trade. Remember when Jamie was $4? Yeah, I didn't buy any back then though. I wish I did, but I didn't. Remember when Jamie was $72? That wasn't that long ago. Right, think of it like this, you know, you're a lender and you've bought shares here. And someone wants to borrow them, so you charge them a lending rate and they keep shorting and shorting and shorting. And then, you know, it gets low enough and you're like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. And you recall your shares and the price of the fucking stock shoots back up and they sell up here and then it goes back to normal. Remember when BBBY was $5? Remember 84 years ago when you started streaming? Good times. It was, yeah. Win 200. Maybe next week. We'll see. Still expecting them to knock us down before OPEX. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like right now they're dumping internalization. Like we have the SPY downtrending hard, but GameStop's price really isn't moving. Right? So it should be, right? Active funds should be selling right now. We should see the price drop. But they've internalized so much over the last few days because of retail's, you know, FOMO into the stock split that they now want to dump that internalization and they already have, you know, a seller. So basically, you know, so Friday, Thursday, active funds are buying, right? And they're internalizing this. So they boof. And now today, active funds are selling. So they just give them back their fucking buy orders. Trade cleared, right? It's amazing. And it's so convenient. But why male models? Why not? And that's the risk retail takes. Institutional longs loan shares they don't even have, create artificial downward pressure, and have to wait until the whale decides it's time to recall and profit. Yeah. Like I said, the only way to beat the shorts is to build a company not worth shorting. You think there'll be more share offerings the next year or two? Their current burn rate, they've got what, 7 quarters left? 6 or 7 quarters left? Wouldn't that be keystering then? Sure. I mean, they're not fully absorbing the buy order. T's got your handwriting noticeably improved. No, you didn't boof the sell. You just executed the buy when they sold. You're not boofing the sell, you're satisfying the sell. You're seeing the sell to completion with internalized volume. Hence, no volume printing on the lit exchange, even though the market's selling off, right? I don't know if Selena Gomez would do a visual demonstration of boofing for you guys. I could try to get in touch with her publicist. No, Moonwin was here not that long ago, I think. I saw a bunch of people on Twitter saying that GME is a no-brainer short. Why should I trust you over them? Don't trust them. I mean, they're Twitter financial analysts. Like, they're the elite. It doesn't get any, like, stock analysis doesn't get any better, right? That's the ultimate achievement, is to share stock strategies on Twitter. I don't even know why you watch this shit, right? Is putting a share certificate up the prison pocket same like internalization? So unless GameStop can essentially become a new company, it has to offer shares to stay afloat or eventually go under. Yeah, I mean, well, they've got 7 quarters to bring their revenue up to a point where they're profitable. And their SG&A is covered by their incoming revenue streams. If you know, if they can get in the green, they're good. Later, Dan Almighty. My broker doesn't allow me to sell CCs. Would it be a good idea to sell shares on the next run and buy back in? Do whatever the fuck you want, man. What do you think? Do you think it's better to sell your stocks high and then buy low? The few, the proud, the Twitter analysts, a fucking cesspool. Social media finance is, I'm disgusted to be adjacent to it. I've been in meetings off and on today. Are there any outcomes to the BBY shareholder meeting that result in favorable price action? Just waiting for another distressed asset company. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck they're discussing at the shareholders meeting. It could be a big deal. It could be completely fucking irrelevant. It goes Twitter greater than TikTok, greater than Instagram, greater than Facebook, greater than YouTube when it comes to financial analysis. Exactly. The YouTube greater than BlackRock, though, right? Like professional investors. If you land a Selena Gomez boofing special, it has to be the biggest and bumpiest pickle you can find. It's gonna be a pigeon whale only stream. How do you anticipate any changes to steel tariffs affecting CAT, if at all? I think CAT's, you know, at least based on their last earnings, I think they were being pretty conservative with their material expenditures. Hopefully, the drop in steel will benefit them. Also, I think that their, you know, income isn't directly tied to their manufacturing capacity. Most of their profitability comes from their rental contracts. So I think they're going to weather it well. You know, Cat's experience, they're a very old company. They know how to handle situations like this. They've been through them before. They can learn from past mistakes. I'm looking back at March OPEX this year and can't figure out how in the world I got options seemingly so cheap. How low was IV before the run last time? Oh, there was a point where it hit like 87%, I think. But yeah, I got some down there too. It was they were insanely cheap. The potential on those was nuts, right? Thanks, Daniel Lesage. Yes, Pigeon Whale's gonna pay off. I didn't really give you a chance until this last January because I just figured we were like the rest of the social media investors. They truly are the worst. They really are. It will be Darth Dan in a wig. Don't fall for it, pigeon whales. Shut up, Sofa King Silverback. Darth, we gotta switch people. Execute Order 66. If you're able to get Selena Gomez to legit keister a pickle, you'd be a god. I've wanted to see that since I was like 12. All right. Have you said anything about BBBY CTB going up to 3% and now marked as hard to borrow stock on WeBull? Bullish. There's nothing retail likes more than a hard to borrow asset. Have any good financial podcasts or audio form to listen to at the gym in the car? There's a lot of like interesting podcasts on finance. It's not so rife with, you know, con artists. Jimmy Sam like stablecoin? Interesting. I mean, no, but interesting. I could kick myself for not shorting the euro months ago. I felt it was going to drop to parity or worse, but I didn't pull the trigger. And here we are near parity. It's okay, man. I'm long as fuck yen. So make it back, right? Is Ivy essentially a multiplier? So if the price remained the same, if Ivy shot up, would it double the contract? Roughly, yeah, but yeah, it acts as a multiplier. I like your theory about why RC bought all the options, but why? Can you explain why he wanted the leverage? Because he had to go into negotiations with the board of directors. Right? You go into those negotiations from a strong position, like, hey, I'll fucking exercise this shit and push you out. It's a hostile takeover. Call it activism all you want, but it's still just a hostile takeover. I'll get your signature tatted in exchange for access to hashtag witness us plebs in Discord. No deal. I don't want to see any part of your body, even if it's got my signature on it. The BBBY meeting is allowing questions. Why is my one share worth less than one fluffy towel? Seems pointed. You should. Gun it. They're not going to take questions from you, though. I heard you mention borrow rates, but what do you think about firms like Schwab and Fido paying 13% to borrow client shares? Bullish? Yeah, absolutely. Fidelity's paying more. I think they offered me like 16 or 17% last week. They've been sending emails like crazy. Like, hey, did you know that you can lend your shares? Yeah, I did. Cat is the same like stable coin. There you go. Why are you still subscribed to Mac Course? Know your enemy. Maybe I should just stop investing and draw pictures of unentertained primates. You could try that. For the NFTs? Yeah. You know of a celebrity that you've thought was hot since you were just getting into puberty? Like the celebrity that awoke your pickles awakening? I don't know. I don't really pay that much attention to celebrities. Like I don't know. The idea of like lusting after a celebrity seems like a huge waste of time to me. I I know. I understand the irony there. Given that if people weren't lusting after me, there'd be nobody watching this bullshit every day. How many parts of my body have you seen? Way too many, man. Oops, no one says Justin Timberlake. I've never been sexually attracted to Justin Timberlake. He's just my idol and role model. You have a celebrity crush, and we all know it. Do we? True or false? Given the news of the split, the gains you can make off leverage options is greater than the gains to be had with shares of GME in the next 2 weeks. Of course. It's the rate. You have far more leverage and options than you do with shares. You also have far more risk. It's me. Don't deny it. It's not secure. How'd you get into OnlyFans? Love your work, man. You know, at first I was really shy about moving forward with it, and then, thanks to the inspiration from my many fans, I was able to overcome that, anxiety and really press forward with some content that people could enjoy in the privacy of their own homes. Can we please start referring to apes as primates? Cat Striker? I don't know who the fuck that is. Pink Delicious. You talking about like Reddit mods? Gross. So you're saying you don't have a crush on Lisa Sue? Hold on. Is she really a celebrity though? I don't really watch YouTube. I don't even watch my own channel. And you'd think I would. That'd be the thing I'd be most interested in. Do you speak any languages besides English? I like understand a couple, but I don't speak them. If that makes sense. Oh, I don't care about former porn stars or current porn stars trying to make a name for themselves in the financial space via AMC. Good luck to them. I hope they are successful. Lisa Sue is a goddamn rock star. You're fucking right. I just want to let you know that I'm a former porn star trying to make a new TikTok channel where I give people advice on how to defraud lenders and over leverage themselves. Thoughts? All right. GameStop's not doing anything exciting into close, is it? What's the SPY doing? Let's see who wants to hold the bag overnight. was way more exciting. Swing spy puts overnight. There's a argument for doing that. How does one become a stripper? Take your clothes off, hope people throw money at you? Wait, no, don't do that. Apply for a job as a erotic dancer. I shop at Costco all the time. First of all, it caters to my sense of elitism in just the most wonderful way. And then also just it's easy. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy explains why AMC is so popular. It's slightly cheaper for now. No, it'll be cheaper post-split too. Are you a life coach? No. Isn't this lining up perfectly, but instead of June, it's July? You laid out the idea that RC and Jimmy would time the split with OPEX. Now cost to borrow is rising, even less liquidity than March. 250? I didn't call a price target, but yeah. At least I'm not as early as fucking Burry, right? We're gonna be going over forming shell companies using the apartments you are Airbnb-ing as their main offices. Because by following your advice, I really feel like I could live my best life. Okay. I hope so. Thanks for that thorough stripper, DD. You're truly as knowledgeable as a dictionary. You're much better looking than Burry, too. Yeah, that helps. And less crazy. Burry's so early, he shows up before he even gets an invite. People are buying bags into clothes. Stop that. Back it down. Burry's always early, it seems. That's why he's so good to follow. You can usually get better entries on his plays than he does. That, and he has to tell everyone about what he's doing, right? If RC actually did this exactly on OPEX, which we know we did on purpose, then GME is 100% going to 250. Okay. That's more bullish than I'm willing to be. If it does, awesome. I mean, I'll have calls, right? GME equals inverse 1.5x SPY ETF today. There's 6x. Depending on the time of day. I sold my 819 150s for a modest 10% gain before close. You're all welcome for the after hours run. October 200s. Okay, let's wrap this shit up. What did I miss? Nothing. Except Tesla puts. But I'm assuming you're still in the early stages of your degeneracy and can only play Tesla at the end of the week. So what's the consensus about why we're not dropping before this OPEX? Just the illiquidity, or is there something else? Dun dun dun. No, it's most likely due to the illiquidity. All right, so GME kind of just flat like a shitty pancake. Up 1% on the day, I guess, if that's relevant. Closing above 130 was nice. Few calls there in the money, not a ton, but a few. Call pressure pretty weak. Looked like they internalized into the end of the day. So eating up that active fund sell pressure through this period of time. No real, like a negligible effect for CNS. So, you know, it looks like any FTDs are probably netted off during this period. Our volume pretty low, 1.82 million on the day. Where does this put us in the bigger picture? Good question. I'm glad you asked. If I can find it. Let's go down to the 1 hour. So rising up a little bit, finding some support at 126, but we've been finding support at 126 this entire time. The real problem here is this upper trend is very hard for us to cross. Call interest really dies down after the 130 mark and doesn't pick back up again until 150. So, you know, even if we were to cross 130 on some strong volume, it's not gonna, there's nowhere for us to accelerate right now. And until that call volume comes in further out, probably at the end of this week into next week, you know, we're kind of range bound by that upper resistance. Now, at the same time, we have a really strong floor here at 126. So unless we see a consistent, dedicated move down in the market, the way I see it, liquidity playing out right now, I think we're going to stay kind of flat. But the cost to borrow is rising and rising rapidly, especially given the low amount of volume we traded today. So that's very bullish sign. That means utilization is going up immediately after XRT's thresholding. So that's exciting moving into next week. You know, we've only seen cost to borrow rise as we enter an OPEX period. I think we're seeing that again, and that's very good. Anyway, as far as the SPY goes, you know, a little bit of price action to the upside today, then ultimately failed to hold any type of improvement. Just kind of retesting the high from this morning, still closing lower on the day than it dropped in pre-market there. Futures continue to look bad. Dollar's still climbing. You know, VIX will probably start rising if this price action continues into CPI, and some of this could be an advanced pricing of inflation data. You know, remember that, you know, this could be the market realizing expectations from CPI in advance. But you know, we don't know how bad CPI is going to come in. It could still come in worse. It could still come in significantly worse. And then also SLD into the end of this week. So, you know, we can continue to see this market decline, not only into Wednesday, but after Wednesday as well, as those deposits are made to FINRA and assets are sold off. That will likely lead to some repositioning in the market Friday, which means that historically the market's more likely to move up into the beginning of next week before any economic data comes in. So that's a good sign. But yeah, I think we need some sustained downward pressure from active funds for, you know, like an entire trading session for us to really see a significant short on GME. If we do, it'll be brief. I don't think we'll stay at those lower levels for very long. So keep your eyes open. Thank you all for tuning in. What's going on? SPY doing weird shit in after hours? Now climbing up. Eh. Kind of meh. Yeah, not too impressed with the little climb. It's a jump, but it's not crazy, right? It closed at what? 384.33. It's up 50 cents. I mean, GME not really following suit, right? Yeah. Nothing too impressive there. Yeah, so that's not like a big deal. Anyway, yep. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.